Doing better now, though.
I'm pretty, he's still working.
Is that a yes? Okay.
I'm proud of him. He tries.
Yeah.
He's still getting the shot, and marijuana it interferes with it.
Yeah, and
So
he's
it's not an issue with it,
into
and
that.
he's not admitting it.
And your other son
He's
is.
not speaking to me. He's in
Oh.
he won't speak to me because I set boundaries.
Yeah, yeah,
My mom has not, so.
yeah.
I mean, every once in a while I'll throw him a little bit, but I don't send any more money in.
Oh, yeah.
So
You had to. You
very
had to
angry.
set boundaries. Yeah.
He's got 2 more years.
Okay. So he won't be here pre-release, not for.
He's got denied the last time.
Oh.
And he doesn't care to try in there, so.
Oh.
And that's another reason I'm like,
Well, if you're not going to try,
why would I?
Yeah.
He knows that, so I don't think he feels. He knows. He knows I know. So.
Yeah.
Whereas mom,
Oh, and the sun is going to come up.
I know you're gonna have to. I used to love coming to work at early in the morning.
I'm going to see the sun come over the mountain.
Beautiful.
Oh, someone has got to change this to where it's.
More.
Yeah. I'm going to shake it one more time. We've got other. Does it make, yeah, see it goes up.
A little bit. Yeah.
Till I come over here. Oh, yeah. We don't want you to be like Superintendent Matt Jensen.
They wouldn't want that.
Yeah, it's really sad. It is. It is. Time that someone would give you a gift.
Yeah.
At a time you didn't feel like you deserved it.
At all.
Yeah, and it meant something to you. You should absolutely keep it.
Yeah. Got rid of 13 bags of clothes for late.
Ah, you're looking good.
I'm not going back.
You're looking good.
I'm getting knee surgery.
Oh, yeah.
That's a blessing, Lord. She's helped me through so much. She sent me to treatment when I know her. She was a soccer mom with me growing up with Cody. And she's gone through so much with me. She was the Christian mom, and I was like, when we were younger, I was like, Sandy, I really need a Bible study. I was struggling with alcohol.
Yeah.
And I told her, and we started a Bible study, and it became so powerful. It was from all over, women from all over the valley. It wasn't, well, it was like 10 of us, but different churches. And we would do it at Monday nights at my house, and she would lead, because she's always led in her life.
Are we on? Well, that's okay. Thank you. Well, Jody, we're back. I want to hear the story about the robe. So please start from the beginning with the robe.
Okay. So I found this robe in my closet, and I've had it sit for about 18 years. I don't wear it, but I was given this. So in my walk with alcoholism and my struggles, and I was given this when I was in a shelter place in Seattle. I had left a treatment that I've been to numerous actually treatments that I was blessed to go to. Looking back, it was a free one. It was a Salvation Army one that I was sent to. It was by an intervention with my family. They sent me to Salvation Army, which was supposed to be a 6-month program. I ended up leaving with a guy that worked there, and just did not have my I was selfish. I was a very selfish person and didn't have my brain on there, and ended up leaving and became homeless. And my parents were trying tough love, and ended up homeless. And so in one of the many places, I ended up in a shelter type place, and it was Christmas, and I was away from my family. My brother and sister had temporary custody of my twin boys, and I was away from my children, and very sick, very, very sick with alcoholism, to the point where I was choosing alcohol over shelter, knowing that I would be on the streets of Seattle, which was very dangerous, as a woman. I would choose that over having a place to stay. But in one of the many places or the few places, actually, there was only a few that I ended up staying at, I was given this on Christmas, and I remember thinking, on Christmas morning, they gave me a gift, and I opened it up, and it was my size, and it was brand new, and it was from women I didn't know, and it was beautiful, and it's this blue, beautiful robe, and it was so comfortable and warm, and it was like a warm hug, and I just remember thinking, why would anybody in their right mind give an alcoholic loser mom that is not taking care of her children, that is homeless from Montana, that left treatment with a guy that is now not working out, shocker, why would they give me a gift? Like, that was like a sense of a little bit of humanism to me, and dignity, even a little bit, that somebody loved me enough to think of me to do that. And it's meant a lot to me. And so I've kept it in my closet all these years. And it's a reminder today that even though through that time I didn't make it into recovery, it was one of the many times that God was saving my life. And I can look back on and say, thank God those people were there, because I felt worthless. I was completely worthless. I remember walking the streets of Seattle thinking, these people don't know I'm a mom. I'm on the streets and I look horrible. I haven't showered. I'm another homeless person on the streets. Nobody would look me in the eye. You just feel like trash. And I remember thinking, I have a family that loves me, and yet I felt like I couldn't get back to them. The alcohol I was in bondage. It's really true, and it says bondage. And so it's a whole, man, mental illness and addiction is not easy to get out of, even when you do have family that loves you. And I loved my children. I really thought I did. Like, I had a love for them that a mother loves her children, but it's not. I was choosing alcohol. So since learning more about recovery and in my life, I can understand what I've done, and like I can look and take responsibility for that. And I've had to do a lot of hard work on those type of things, with where I put my children and those type of things. But today I know I'm forgiven by God, and I have to be able to forgive myself and move on. But I'm so grateful for all the people that input into my life in those days. So.
No. And that person didn't know you when they
Nope.
gave you that. And
Nope.
I think that's a lesson in itself.
It
We
is.
don't have to know who we're helping.
Yeah.
And we don't know a lot of times the difference that we make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know people's stories. We just don't know, like, the struggles.
Yeah.
Like,
I have 2 questions for you, okay? One is, give me an update on what you've learned in recovery, movement in recovery here in Montana. What are you learning? You're part of a group an advisory group or something?
yeah. I want to talk about some of that. So I am actually peer certified because I got to be about 3 years ago I went to Helena and became a part of peer support because I've been through it, and so now I can help others through it. I keep my certification through the state. It's not necessarily what my job description is today, but I use it every single day. I come into situations where I deal with mental health and addiction every day. So, but I just recently went to Recovery Access Montana, which is RAM conference in Helena, which was amazing. It's something that was put on. It was a conference, Great Falls, not Helena. It was absolutely fantastic. Brought together recovery leaders in the state and recovery homes, recovery providers, stakeholders, just trying to get us all together to make a stronger recovery community and recovery-oriented system of care, getting us all familiar with the different places in the state that are running recovery-based places. So places like sobriety homes, re-entry places. There were so many. Department of Corrections was there. It was amazing to network. That's where a big piece of my heart is there. I believe it's super important to have those places, especially now that we're getting a pre-release here. There's going to we need sobriety homes here in the Flathead. As far as I know, there isn't any women's sobriety homes in all of Flathead. So that stirs something in me, and what a great thing to be able to have that accountability and a type of a home that would start people out to be a part of community. There's so many around the state, but there's so many more needed. There's so many more.
Your heart has been in that for a long time.
Long time.
Yeah.
I'm also a part of, I really pay attention to what's going on with re-entry coming out of the jails and prison systems. They can't do it alone. You can't do recovery alone. You just can't, at least not in my experience. So we need that support. We need community. We need peers helping show the way that people have been through it so that we can all help each other be a part of community again. And we all want that. It's better for everybody. It's better for, it costs, the cost of community. We don't want recidivism. It's better for the person. And oh my gosh, what a difference people make. Like hearing Nate's story. Nate was on last night. I got to witness, people wouldn't understand where Nate came from. He walked in these doors very, very, very ill. I've never seen somebody so ill with alcoholism and chronically homeless, struggling, thought he was going to die, literally thought he was dead once behind Smith's. Mm-hmm. Had to have homeless outreach go and check on him, and because I got a call from Smith's that morning saying he was dead behind their grocery store, and he wasn't dead, thank God, but we thought he would be. And to see him now in recovery and going through peer support and having gone through peer support and now helping others is just, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
How amazing. It's just, they're life changers. People that go through it and then walk others through it are life changers.
Absolutely.
So
we're down to 2 minutes. I was given the 2-minute warning, but I have, no, you're not off the hook yet. Real quickly, misconceptions.
Yeah.
What do you see the biggest misconceptions? Either addiction or mental health or homelessness? What?
Yeah. Biggest? Misconceptions, I think, are that they aren't from here. Absolutely. Do you see people that come from outside of our community come through here every once in a while? Absolutely. They leave. I remember we even help people that have links to outside communities that have resources. We would help get them tickets out to their resources. So that was something we would do inside the Flathead Warming Center. but it's people that have the debilitating mental health that they can't just leave our the community that they're from.
Yeah.
That would be like telling my relative that you have to go.
Yeah.
I just can't, and they're not capable. So there's one. The second is that they're not doing anything in here. I can tell you diligently that the resources are being brought into here every single day, right?
Yeah.
And they're helping people every single day. I've seen miracle after miracle after miracle in this place. And it's not everybody. It's not going to be everybody. And it's not going to be on day one. It's relationship, right? And it takes what it takes, like it did with me. It can take some time, but it's worth it.
Yeah. Jody, thank you you always share of yourself.
Yeah.
And you are quite an example to lots of people.
Thanks.
You
are
work
too.
Very hard in your recovery, and you glow.
Yeah.
You've always glowed.
That's Jesus.
It is Jesus.
It's Jesus.
It is, but you glow. You glow with Jesus. And thank you for this conversation on the bench.
Thank you.
I wish you a good day at work.
Yes.
And
thank you for what you do.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for the coffee.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right.
All right. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. Okay. Lisa Davis. Hello. Good. Good to see you.
Yeah, let's do it. I like this.
Welcome to
Fire.
Conversations on a Bench.
I love it. I love it. Thank you.
So what we're doing here, I just want to summarize, is we about 75 homeless shelters across the United States are sitting with people to try to change the narrative around homelessness one conversation at a time.
Awesome.
And I think that's what it is. It takes dialogue, it takes conversation. I know you're big on that.
Everything takes dialogue.
Yes, yeah. And that's what makes it important. And I think that when we come together in conversation, we never know what'll come of that. And a lot of times it comes solutions.
Yes.
When we sit down and we talk. And even people that disagree, when you sit down and talk, you find that you have more in common than you do that you don't.
Yeah,
Yes.
and sometimes you get other perspectives that might form the solution to look a little bit different.
Yeah, and it's important to have even the hard conversations, especially around homelessness. That seems to be a hard conversation these days, and so that's why we wanted to go after it.
Good.
Because it's important that we can have hard conversations and still with compassion.
Yes.
And that is so important.
So I have a question.
Yes.
You've been here since 1 p.m. yesterday.
Yes.
How do you look so fantastic?
Oh, you got to be kidding me. Because I just really haven't moved much. I have not laid down. So when you lay down, you know you get all smudged and stuff. Well, I have not
I
laid
know.
down.
So am I smudgy?
No,
Okay,
you're
good.
not smudgy. You look like you slept a little.
I did.
Okay.
I slept. I had a good sleep last night.
I didn't, and I do find that I'm like, okay, is my mouth open or closed? You know, when you get that
Right.
get that towards the end. But no, they say that the directors of the different shelters are doing 24 hours. So I'm like, okay, I can do that, but I want to see where that's written, because we're all getting a little older, and that makes it harder. It
I
really
know.
does.
Yeah, I'm not good much past 8:30 p.m.
Yeah.
That's kind of my. That's not totally true. I can stay up, but
Yeah. So it's a challenge, but what has really helped is we have a great community. I know you know that.
yes.
And that good people with good conversations will keep you going.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So let's talk homelessness.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I like to say, so that people understand that I get this, and I know you do too, that there are impacts to community because of homelessness.
Yeah.
And we need to be able to talk about those.
Yes.
So that we can come to solutions.
Yes.
No one wants those impacts.
Nope.
Including the Flathead Warming Center. And so talking about that, how we can have a stronger community.
Right.
And partnering. I think it's really important. You and I have had a conversation before about how I would like there to be partnerships between the city and and nonprofits.
Yes.
And I guess we should first, start with you introducing yourself and talking about how you're a mayoral candidate.
I am.
So start with that, and then let's talk about partnerships between cities and nonprofits.
So my name is Kisa Davison, and I am running for mayor of Kalispell. I decided to throw my hat in the ring and take this step to campaign, and ultimately my hope is to be the next mayor, because I think the growth that we've experienced, particularly through the last 5 years, unprecedented growth, has brought a lot of challenges, and we need a different kind of leadership. Mayor Mark Johnson said himself that he's spent his time, and now it's time for someone new, and he actually endorses me and is helping me, will hopefully be helping me through this next transition. That leadership really is where I'm strong, which is bringing all the different perspectives, sitting down at the table and saying, okay, what do we do now? We've acknowledged that there's an issue. We acknowledge that there's several different paths that we can take. We also acknowledge that any individual path is only going to benefit an individual subsect of our community, but we all have to live together, or let me rephrase it, we all get to live together. So how are we going to come together and find a solution that at least meets the need and still honors and respects and protects the safety of everyone? So that said, I'm 1 cup of coffee into this morning. How about you?
Yeah. It might take 2.
It might take 2. When the issue of not just homelessness, but I think the issue of the warming center city neighbors debacle. I don't know how to better describe that. I know it affected you personally very deeply. Obviously, it affected your organization. The neighbors obviously deeply affected as well. The city, all the council and staff and everyone also deeply troubled. Like, it was just a tough scenario. And it's too easy in those difficult situations to villainize one person or one organization. So in this case, I think that you and the warming center were villainized, and perhaps there were other neighbors who were villainized by other folks, or the city was villainized. And it's in that division that everything just gets more and more complicated, and we get farther and farther away from living with safety and security and peace. So the question I keep getting asked is, how would you have done that differently? What would you have done? Would you have actually, the question I keep getting asked is, would you have voted to revoke the conditional use permit? Which is a loaded question, because that's not really the question that people are wanting to know the answer to. People are wanting to know, do I hate homeless people?
Yeah.
Do I hate the warming center?
Yeah.
Do I, again, the questions are, I think, asked and posed of me to divide and to create an us versus them. And that's just not my jam. I'm not into that. I think that, yes, as seated, if I had been involved in that conversation up front, it's easy to say I woulda, coulda, shoulda done it different. The conversation I really want to have is, what are we going to do when and if something happens again? Right? So what happens if the neighbors are again upset? Which I think is really what spurned it all, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't that the neighbors were upset about what you were doing or not doing here at the center. Not when I say you, I mean the center.
Mm-hmm.
But the neighbors were upset because they, like many of us in this community, were faced with new challenges that were threatening their safety. And the challenge is coming from this huge population of people moving into the valley who were new, unlike us, new faces, new habits, more traffic, less parking. Why are all those houses being built?
Yeah.
All of that rocks our sense of security. And so someone's got to take the blame for that. It's going to happen again. Something's going to rock our sense of security because it's life. It is life on this planet. Going forward in this community, I want us to come to the table. I don't want us to be keyboard warriors. I don't want us to whisper behind closed doors. I don't want us to talk smack behind people's backs. I want us to sit down and have really hard conversations. I woke up this morning and I was informed that I had a barrage of Facebook comments on my campaign page attacking me. I'm going to tell you, Tonya, oh well. People get to have their opinions. Does that change my mission? Absolutely not. Now, my goal would be to have a face-to-face conversation with any of those folks, and I'm always open. This is one thing that when you and I spoke a month ago, 2 months ago?
A couple months ago, yeah.
That's what I heard from you is, okay, if and when the day comes when we have to do this again, we're going to do it different, and we're going to sit down and we're going to hash it out and talk about it. My rules for a conversation are honest, open, direct, kind, and timely. So sooner is better than later. Open is better than closed. Direct is better than beating around the bush or being a Facebook warrior. So I've said a lot.
Yeah, no, and you talked about communication.
Yeah, communication.
And that's what I felt was really lacking from the very beginning when things rolled out. And
yeah, and I know you and I have talked, and we don't want to rehash kind of the what was.
Yeah.
But I guess I want to know, how does that experience changed you, and how has that experience changed how you guys do things?
Well, it needs to be a couple things. It needs to be the right conversation. The conversation that we've been having as a community is where we don't want people to be. And although we might totally agree on these places that we don't want homeless people to be or whatever, that's the wrong conversation. The conversation needs to be, where can people be?
Okay.
Because we're shutting them out of so many places, and they're gonna be.
Right.
But we need to focus on where people can be to get the help that they need. So it needs to be the right conversation. Yes, conversation, yes. Absolutely, that's a huge, but where people can be to get the help they need. We have some holes.
I think there's a misconception that I want to hit really quick, that your organization wants people to be homeless so that you have a purpose.
Yeah.
Can you just correct that?
Oh, we work so hard to get better and better and better. We're never there.
Right.
We're never there. But the reason why we want to get better is to get people not homeless. Our whole goal and a lot of conversations that we've had are success stories from here of people who have moved beyond homelessness.
Right.
That's what our goal is.
I think those would be really valuable and interesting data points. And maybe, and again, forgive me if these are reported and I just don't. There's a lot of information out there and I'm still absorbing. Because that's what I hear a lot. And again, these are, the whispers in the shadows, which are never the productive comments, but the concerns that, if we support the warming center, then we're allowing for people to make bad choices and live off of the system.
Yeah. You're not saying anything that I haven't heard
Right.
a lot of. And what I keep coming back to is that you got to have that dialogue.
Yeah.
And what that takes is the people coming and seeing seeking out information instead of what they're hearing and jumping on that bandwagon. Because I don't know that I have found anybody who has come in here and seen all the things that we're doing for people and with people to help them get out of homelessness. After seeing it, you couldn't possibly believe that we're in it to keep more homeless people,
become a multinational homeless corporation.
Things. Yeah, and when you come here, you're actually seeing, oh my goodness, they keep getting better and better every year. Tonight, I have to say tonight now because we've round the clock, but tonight we open for our 7th winter season.
Okay.
And every winter season we do more and more and more. It's the people who are tuning in and who ask the questions or who come and get involved or who have that dialogue, those are the people who understand that we are getting better and better because we're never satisfied.
Right.
And we're going to keep improving because the need is great. And
Yeah.
we can't do it all, but we can continue to get better and better.
So what types of support or what types of resources and services from the community are lacking that you see are so desperately needed to get people off of the streets?
Crisis stabilization.
Okay, so crisis stabilization for mental health and for addiction?
Yes, absolutely. Hands
Now
down.
now we're talking.
Yes, crisis stabilization. And here's the deal. Even the biggest naysayers that we have, the people that don't believe in our mission and believe that we're not really trying to make situations better, or believe that we don't care about them, even that group, we can come to an agreement that we don't want people on the streets.
Right. So
There's our
we
common
start
ground.
there. Yep, we don't
We
want people
start
on the
there.
streets.
We start there. And we totally agree. We don't want people on the streets either. It's not good for people. It's not good for communities. It's
Right.
not good for neighborhoods. It's not good for businesses.
Nope.
And so starting there would be the starting dialogue. But what we see with crisis stabilization is we cannot get people who are mentally ill, who need that involuntary commitment. We can't get them committed. We're not.
Is that something that changed after COVID when we lost our crisis stabilization centers?
Yes.
Or
I
was
would
it
think
already shifting before that?
It was already shifting before that because in 2017, the legislature cut.
Yeah.
And so
All
that
the-
started the ball rolling. And then, yes, when you don't have when you don't have reimbursement rates for those type of facilities, we don't get any of that money. It's
Right.
not us, but it's those type of facilities. They have to close down.
Right.
They have to close down services because they're in a way a business. They
Yeah.
have to be able to pay their employees.
Of course.
Yeah, and so I would say it was before COVID.
So if you could wave a magic wand, how many beds would you create for crisis stabilization for mental health? Addiction separate, mental health. And I know it's really hard to divide those two because so often they coexist.
Yeah, they do coexist, and we need the treatment to coexist.
Yeah.
Because
So you could lump them together.
Find people. Yeah, we find people who are getting stuck in between
Right.
the two.
I'm all too familiar with when there's a mental health instability, a mental health issue. If people don't have proper care, then they're self-medicating,
Yeah.
often with drugs and alcohol, and that exacerbates the problem. And I have a list of friends and family who have suffered from this, and it is near and dear to my heart to get help for those folks.
Yeah, yeah.
What would be the number that you see that this community needs?
Oh gosh.
And again,
And it depends on the timing.
Yeah.
It depends on the
Oh,
timing.
does it-
where-
how-
where
t-
they
talk to
are
me
in
more
their
about that.
crisis, But I think it needs to be in our community because that's where their support system is. That's where their community
Yeah.
is. Us sending people off to Warm Springs and then getting dumped
Right.
back without their system and their support changing along,
Okay,
and growing
interesting.
along with them. It needs to be here.
I think Glacier House is planning on, they're in the process of opening, and I think they'll have 6 beds, 5 beds.
I think it's down to 5. They're not doubling up. It used to be 8
Yeah.
or something like that, but they're not doubling up on the rooms.
That
But
doesn't
that's-
feel like enough.
It's not, and it's different. It is not involuntary. They could just walk
So that one's
out
voluntary.
Of there. That one is voluntary. Not that I'm complaining. We'll
Right.
take any bed that we can get.
Of course.
But we do need some involuntary because
Okay.
people are so ill that they have no self-insight and don't understand,
Right.
that that's what they need. I would encourage you to reach out to Nick Amaseger. I don't know if
I know Nick, yeah.
Okay. He is well versed in this in our
Okay.
community.
Wonderful.
He's on the board of directors for the Warm Center, so he understands
Yeah.
that crisis, because we don't have those places for people to go to be well. Those crises are being played out in public spaces.
Yes.
And that's alarming to community. It's
It
hard
is-
on community.
It is a
It's the
public
impact-
safety. Yeah.
The impact to the community is huge with that. and he can give you a lot of information with that.
Wonderful.
Yeah, he would be
Wonderful.
a good person to talk to. But really, that's what we're seeing. And people see homelessness. They're not seeing the illness behind
Right.
it, and that we don't have the resources
Right.
to get people the help that they need.
Now, what about those folks who are experiencing homelessness right now who don't have mental health or addiction issues?
Yeah.
Talk to me about that population. Or maybe it doesn't exist.
No, it does. We see a little bit of everything.
Okay.
I do see here at the Warming Center, we see more people who are not housing ready, and sometimes that comes with that addiction piece, or that
What does that
comes
mean?
with that mental illness piece.
Not housing ready?
If we were to classify homelessness into two categories, I would say housing ready and not housing ready. Not housing ready, there's a lot of barriers for housing security. There's a lot to getting housing and it's usually mental illness or
Okay.
substance abuse or some issues that have to be addressed before someone is going to be successful independently living in a house.
So in order to fill out an application for an apartment, you've got to have a job. It's probably nice if you have a rental history.
Yeah.
You've got to have a deposit.
And you have to be able to self-regulate. There's other things that you have to be able to
Right.
do to be successful in that home.
Yes.
It would be a disaster, even if someone came and filled out that application, if they don't have the support that they need to be successful,
Right.
They just end right back, and it's a cycle of coming
And
back into
is that a
homelessness.
pretty large population of folks like that?
Yeah, I would say that's the majority of those that we
Okay.
have here at the Warming Center.
And how
because
do
we're a last resort in the community.
right? Of
Yeah.
course. Yeah. So how do we help those folks get into homes?
How do we help them get
Yeah,
homes?
how do we
have
help
to
them?
have the right kind of homes. We need group homes.
Okay.
We need supportive living homes where they've got the support in the home. We used to have a lot more of that. That's what I used to do. I used to work at Western Montana Mental Health Center.
Okay.
And I worked on the PAC team, and I went into homes where we would do wraparound care with people who are severely disabled with their mental illness. They had to have that wraparound care to be successful in their home. And Medicaid used to pay for that, but then when those reimbursement rates got cut so low, those services started to go away. And so those same people who used to be housed right here, a lot of them right down Liberty Street in the low-income housing that's right down there,
Yeah.
now they walk through the Warming Center doors and they're homeless because they miss that support, that wraparound support. We don't just need housing. We need the right kind of housing for the different needs of different people.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Is there another population?
Oh yeah. I mean, you could go on and on. Every story is different. I mean,
Right.
you have domestic violence. You've got those that
Okay.
that rent. Their house got sold. So for the landlord sold out. We're getting a 2-minute warning.
Okay.
There's so many different reasons. There is.
That I
But
think
if we're
that's really
talking
important
about-
to know.
Yeah, but we are talking about, if we're talking about impacts on community, we've got to look at that mental health piece
First and foremost.
and that addiction piece, the co-occurring, how they work
Yeah.
together, and we've got to address that.
Okay.
Yeah, and where people can go when they're in crisis, because this being in crisis in public is not good for the person,
No.
and it's not good for the community.
No, and it's a public safety issue that I think this community is ready to tackle.
We could make a list. We could make a list of the gaps that we have, and a lot of those gaps is where people need to be, instead of the focus of where we don't want people to be.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah, but
Agreed.
you're absolutely right. I think it starts with dialogue. It's got to start with dialogue.
Agreed.
Yeah, and finding that common ground. And the common ground is no one wants someone on the street.
Nope.
We don't want that.
Yeah.
No one wants that.
You don't want it for that person, and we don't
Yeah.
want it for our community, and we don't want it for our children. We don't want it for
Yeah.
ourselves.
That's right. So
Yeah.
there needs to be a good focus on where people can be.
Good.
Instead of, all the ordinances of where they can't be and all of that.
I know we're short on time,
Yeah.
but I know we've had some discussion about those ordinances, and I'm I'm in favor of those ordinances because I think it pulls people out of the shadows and brings them for us to deal with. The hard part about that is that, and there's a public safety element to some of the ordinances. The hard part about that is where do they go? And that's the conversation that I know you and I have talked about, that I would rather us do exactly what we're doing now and let's figure out what those gaps are and move forward. Because I think then the ordinances, the issue of the ordinances being good or bad it's going to take care of it. It's going to become a non-issue.
The ordinances are about where we don't want people to be.
Right. And so let's
focus on where we want people to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what I'm really looking forward to working with you on, Tonya.
Yeah. Okay. I would love that.
Okay, let's do it. Mission accepted.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And thanks for having a conversation on the bench.
You're welcome.
Sometimes
Thank
we
you.
come up with good ideas.
I think so. That gaps list I think would be really helpful.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I tell you who would be the best to do that would be Sean O'Neill, who's our
I know Sean. Yep.
Who's our resource manager.
I'll contact both Sean and Nick because I think we've got to make some make some change.
Nick was on. He's in a training in Missoula.
Okay.
But we did a conversation by phone. It was fun, and he talked about those things that you were asking about, but he also changed my mind on the detention center.
Interesting.
And so I want you to have that conversation with him because I could not do that justice. But
Great.
Ask him about where he stands on the detention center and why.
Okay.
I think he has a very valid point.
Awesome. Okay,
Yeah.
I will,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank
Tonya.
you, Keith. So
You're
good
welcome.
to see you.
Good to see you. My
Good to
hands
see
are
you.
freezing.
Oh, okay. My body's freezing. I get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. I'm tired. Yeah, I'm really tired. And how are you doing?
Good. I'm supposed to go to work. I ain't going until after 10. So
Oh, I don't even know what time it is. I need it to be 1.
8:06. Sorry.
Okay.
I just didn't have to go to work till 10. I thought I'd come drive down and check on you.
Yeah, okay. I think that's great. Thank you. Oh,
But
yes, I'm kind of cramping up. Like, cramps here. Just sitting too long.
yeah. Did you have a lot of company through the night?
Yeah, it was pretty solid. There was like about 3 hours, but Brant and I just sat here and talked. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I wanted to come down through the night, but I didn't wake
Oh,
up.
I know. I'm glad you got some sleep because you have to go to work.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I just wake up super early, so.
Cool. It is. Is there a way to... I think if we switch it, either it's getting low or there's more over there. Do you know how to switch them? So those are going to be light. That just seems to be so when you shake it, it gets taller for just a minute and then it goes back down.
There's still a good amount in here.
How is it frozen? I don't understand propane.
It's releasing pressure, which creates makes it cold. When the liquid,
Yeah.
compressed liquid is released. Would you like me to go find another propane tank?
It's just right on the other side of the fence. Thank you. My whole body is cold.
I bet.
Yes, we were here when the newspaper was delivered.
Well, at least you know you're getting your money's worth.
Yeah. Are we still rolling?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay, okay.
My name is Cindy.
My name is Devin J. Hansen.
My name's Jerome Amundson.
Hi, my name is Mary Tyler.
My name is Danette Woods.
My name, Kevin Frank Foster.
My son suffers with mental illness. He got his diagnosis with schizophrenia when he was 18.
When I was younger, I got in an accident on a bike, which led to being prescribed pharmaceuticals, painkillers from the doctor, and that led to a pretty heavy addiction.
Being a woman in a domestic situation, a violent domestic situation, that was a nightmare. It really was.
I have struggled with a drug addiction. I overdosed twice.
Since before COVID, I've seen an uptick on homelessness, and one of those people is my son. Sorry. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar.
Out of the blue, after years of continuous residency, I was asked to leave. So I did, respectfully.
I never dreamed that I would be homeless.
He would sleep under bushes, just like an animal.
And unfortunately, when you're in survival mode, I mean, jail doesn't mean a whole lot. You gotta eat, you gotta stay warm.
I was just scared to death. Like, what do I do now?
You know, it was so bad that he would strip down to nothing except for pants, no shirt, no shoes, and run around in winter.
The warming center was that step up that I needed to where I could put things together and start doing job interviews and dressing a little better, showering.
Plus there was hot meals for us to eat. And I didn't have a lot of clothes either. So they would, give you clothes or shoes and toiletries and things that, that you needed, the basics. It means a lot when you don't have much. And it really does.
This is where they're at their lowest when they come here. And this is the time. Oh, I'm starting to cheer up thinking about it. This is the time that's the most important for them.
They offered every bit of help.
Tonya kind of spearheaded the whole thing. She's a warrior, and I know she started the meetings, and she's a hero as far as I'm concerned. This community has a hero in her.
Their hearts are huge. Their love for their fellow man is huge. And that's part of our purpose on this earth, is to help others. And it takes a village, and this is just a piece of it. Instead of going backwards and shutting things down, we need to go forward and build things up.
The warming center is changing lives.
Without the warming center, I don't know what I would have done.
With solutions.
Yeah, if people don't want to talk about it, then we push the issue aside, and you know, it's fine for those of us who aren't in the situation. And we can put it out of our mind, but then the solution stays there and it's just in the dark, but we want to bring it to the light.
That's right, we do. And it takes conversation. So thank you for joining me.
You're very welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
So tell me about your work. I think people understand that there's been a long history with Salvation Army working with people who were in crisis, working with people, working with the poor, and homelessness. So tell me about your work.
So just a little brief history of the Salvation Army. We're actually celebrating a very special year. This year is our 160th year that we've been in existence. We started in the East End of London. Our co-founders, William and Catherine Booth, were in church, and you know, they saw all the people who were being pushed back. There was discrimination in the church back in 1865, and there were just all these people who were less than, who were undesirables, who weren't allowed in the chapels, who weren't allowed inside to hear the gospel for whatever reason. Maybe it was alcohol, drug addiction, people experiencing homelessness. So they said, you know what, we're going to start, and instead of bringing people to the gospel, we're going to bring the gospel to the people. So that's how the Salvation Army started. We started going out in the streets and preaching the gospel to people through what are called our open air meetings. And that legacy has continued this entire 160 years. We've actually been in the Flathead for 130 years.
Really? So this is kind of one of the early year
Yeah,
ones.
one of the early Salvation Armies in the Western United States. We were kind of right there. And it's just taken off, and that's our ministry, is to serve the people who aren't being served, to serve anyone. Our mission is to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ and meet human needs in his name without discrimination. And we carry that out in everything that we do.
Right.
We do so many social service things on a local level. We have a hygiene center where people can come get a shower, they can do their laundry, they can get a warm meal, breakfast and lunch every day of the week. And we're just carrying out William and Catherine's ideas, and really the ideas of Jesus, that we need to bring the gospel to everybody, regardless of where they're at. And instead of saying, hey, you need to meet our standards and make sure you're looking good and you're not being crazy and you're not, having outbursts and come to us, we're saying, no, we're going to come to you where you're at, just like Jesus came to people where they were at.
Yeah.
Just like he said, it's not the healthy that need a doctor, it's the sick.
Yeah. That's great. That's great. Tell me about some other things. You got the hygiene things going on. What else?
We've got those social service things, and then one of the biggest things that the Salvation Army does, and it might not come to people's minds as solving the problem of people experiencing homelessness, but we do all these youth programs. Throughout the world, we do youth programs, but here in the Flathead, we've restarted our youth programs after COVID, and we do a teen night, we do a family night where kids can come and they can learn about Jesus. They can learn what it means to make good choices, to treat their neighbor kindly. And we know that doing that helps people to kind of dodge some of those problems that come later in life. It helps them to be better prepared for the struggles that are going to come in the world, because we know that the world is full of so many struggles, and we know through many of our clients who come here, and we share a lot of clients that many of them, it wasn't really their choice to be in this situation. Maybe they got addicted to a drug, or they got addicted to alcohol, and that took them down a dark path. Maybe they just had higher rents that they couldn't pay. Maybe some of them went through an unexpected divorce. We just don't know, but what we do know is that they weren't prepared to deal with that situation. And so we think, okay, if we tackle the problems before they happen, and we teach kids and we bring them up in the right way, and we bring them up on biblical teaching, that it will help them. It's not going to solve all their problems, because we know we're all human and we all still make mistakes, but we know that it'll better prepare them and better equip them with good lessons, with a community around them who they feel comfortable to come and say, hey, I'm struggling with this. Can you help me?
That's the key word, I think, that relates to whether it's the youth you're talking about or adult homelessness or whatever, community. Because when you become homeless, you don't just lose your house. A lot of times you lose your community.
Yeah.
And the way that we help people to be successful is bringing back community to them, so where they can feel a part of something, and the belonging and being seen. And that sounds like what you all are doing up there.
Yeah, I think we have such a wonderful community of social service agencies in the Flathead. I was just talking to Chris at the food bank yesterday. We had a meeting, and we talked about how great it is that we're so collaborative in the Valley, and none of us are trying to take credit for things, and nobody's trying to outstage. I mean, even you inviting me to this meeting and to this live stream is a fantastic show of community. But that, you're right, that is what it is. We need to bring people together, come together as agencies, and then bring people into the fold of where they feel safe. Even something as simple as shortly after I got here, a year and a quarter ago, I looked at our lobby and said, this is not inviting enough. Let's put out chairs, let's put out music, let's put out some coffee for people. And people were so shocked. They said, well, what's this about? And I said, well, you could just sit here and have a cup of coffee and talk to somebody. And if you need prayer, we'll come out and we can pray with you. We've got reading materials. And they said, well, how long is that for? And I said, well, we're open from 8 to 4 and we have lunch at 1. Yeah. So any time in there, you can just hang out and we'll hang out with you. And it's made a huge difference in our program, just for people to know, like, hey, this is a safe place that I can be. It's a safe place where I can laugh. I can ask questions. I get asked all kinds of theological, biblical questions, a lot, which I love, because, in many places nobody wants to question the pastor. They don't want to say, here's a hard question, what's the answer? But we have developed a place that's comfortable where people feel like, If they ask a question, they're not going to get laughed at. They're not going to get told, oh, that's a stupid question. They're just going to get an honest answer from somebody who cares about them, from somebody who loves them, and who treats them right.
Yeah, that's great. That's good. That's community, and that's what we need more of.
It is.
You know, I've been asking people on the bench this question. Okay. What change would you like to see in our community?
Well, I think the biggest change is that we need a change on how we view people in need in this community. I think you and I have had many conversations about this. It's heartbreaking sometimes to see comments that are made about people experiencing homelessness, that they're comparing them to pigeons or rats or some sort of infestation. And it just breaks my heart because, you know, we read in the Bible that we're all created in the image of God, meaning that if nothing else, we have that dignity. We have that value, which is higher than any value that we can put by what car we own or what house we live in or anything like that. Above all else, we are loved by the Creator, which means that no matter what you do to me or what situation you're in, I should love you because God loves you and He's given you that value. And unfortunately, I see a sharp split in our community, that there are people who their heart goes out for others in need, for their neighbors in need, and they really want to help them. And then you have, I don't know what the percentages are, but you have another group who have zero sympathy and just want to push the problem out of the community. They want to push it into the dark so that we just don't see it. So I think the change really needs to be in each of us, that if we change our outlook and we see, okay, these are human beings. They have as much value as I have. And really, when you think about it, there's only one or two things different from me being in that exact same situation. Yeah. If my rent goes up or, you know, I lose my house or I lose my job or something, I could very easily be in that same situation. And it's just that attitude, it's that understanding, it's that desire to understand is what I should say. That we should have a desire to understand and we should have a desire to love those people regardless of what they've done, because Jesus loves us regardless of what we've done. Yeah. I mean, what does the Bible say? That if it weren't for Jesus, we'd all deserve hell. We do deserve hell. But because of Jesus, He comes and He pulls us out and He dusts us off and says, okay, I love you. I'm giving you an opportunity to have a better way. Yeah. And if that's not what we're supposed to be doing in the community, then I don't know what we are supposed to be doing. Yeah.
I had a youth minister teach me one time that when you become a Christian, you lose the right to choose who you love. Yep. And because that's being Christ-like. Yeah, very true.
And love is just so much more than what we think of liking people. I mean, I had a youth pastor tell me, you know what, Jesus calls me to love everybody, but He doesn't say I have to like everybody. I think that's a misconception, is you have to say, well, I don't like this person because they're mean to me. Well, you still have to love them. Yeah. You still have to love them. You don't have to like them.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, some people aren't very nice, but you still have to love them. And it is so much harder to love than it is to like, because when somebody's nice to you, of course you like them because they're nice to you. But when somebody's mean to you, you have to love them and you have to care for them, even when they make mistakes, even when you make mistakes. It's such a hard thing to do.
It is. It is. What would you say to a person who may be listening or someone that you may work with that feels forgotten?
I would kind of say exactly what we're talking about here, what I've already said about what our responsibility is that you have a Creator, you have a God who made you, who knows you better than you know yourself, and who loves you no matter what. And no matter what situation you're in, no matter what other people tell you about yourself, no matter what you think about yourself, you are loved, you are high value. You have a high value. And if nothing else, the God who created all of this beautiful scenery around us, the God who created the DNA inside your body, He cares about you, He loves you. And because of that, we love you. Yeah. We love you.
Okay. Thank you. That's good. Yeah. You know, you talked about, when you talk about change in community, I see the Salvation Army right now doing kind of what my latest itch is what the change that I want to see in the community. We have been focusing so much on where we don't want people to be.
Right.
And we need to change that focus to where people can be.
Yeah.
And that's what you did with your lobby, is what
Yeah.
you were talking about. You know, you make it to where this is where people can be, to get the help that they need, to ask the questions, to have that community and stuff like that. We need more of that in our community, because right now it's like we don't want them in the parks, we don't want them, and I'm not saying these things aren't understandable.
Right.
Yeah, but the list goes on and on and on, and our focus needs to be, okay, well, where are they to be?
Yeah.
Where they can get the help that they need, and let's all as a community come around and support what that place is so people can get help.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, because I was watching your last interview as well, but you're right that it's not necessarily a bad thing to say you can't be there. You can't be, making a mess in, my lawn.
Yeah.
You can't be doing that. But then the second part of that is we do have to say, but you can go here.
Yeah.
You can be in this space, and I think you're right. That's a huge problem. But I see it with you guys. I see it with us. We, anytime somebody says, well, where can I go? Like, for example, last week we had Susan, my social service worker, was at a training with you guys, and I was off at a conference, and it was kind of difficult because our services were closed 3 days, 3 days out of the week instead of open 5 days. And we just said, well, you know what? We gave them warning, and we said plan accordingly. Like, go down to the warming center on on Tuesdays and Mondays and Thursdays, and then come to us on Wednesdays and Fridays, and then you're really only missing one day. And it was, our clients really want to know. They're just like, well, where can I go? But you're right. We have to say, here, come here. We've just actually had some clients come to Bible study for the first time on Wednesday, just because they have nowhere to go at 6 o'clock on a Wednesday night. And they say, well, yeah, I might as well go there. I've got a Bible. I'd like to talk about it. And it's great. And we invite people to church. We invite people to our programs. We invite people to everything. And it does make a difference, when you know a person's name and you greet them by name and they feel like they're coming home because they spend more time in our buildings than anywhere else.
Yeah. There's a lot of opportunity when you provide that space for people, when they don't have that opportunity anywhere else.
Yeah. I want to share a quick story. It's not about somebody experiencing homelessness, but it is about the same theme, just because it was brought to mind. I recently heard a story of a Salvation Army officer who, she grew up in a house where she didn't really feel like it was home. She didn't feel like it was home. She didn't have a mom who loved her. She didn't have a dad who cared about her. But where she did find community was she spent every single day at the Salvation Army, at her local Salvation Army, where the Corps officers made her feel like they loved her, because they did love her. And so she said, I'm sure I got annoying because I was there every single day that they would let me in, every hour that they would let me in, I was there. But it was a life-changing thing for her, just to feel like she belonged and to feel like she was welcome. Even if I know those officers, and I'm sure that they probably were like, oh, she's back again. Okay, I got to put on my happy face and put in that extra effort. But now those officers can see what God did through them, and now that woman she's a great mom to her kids. She's the mom that she never had. And now she's a Salvation Army officer, and she's giving that to other people. But you don't see that life-changing thing. I mean, I'm sure that they weren't going, oh, well, by leaving our doors open, we're going to create huge life change.
Yeah.
They're just thinking, well, there's a kid who wants to play basketball.
Yeah.
Let's let her in, and she can play basketball and have some water and some snacks and stuff. But it's that kind of stuff that we don't have to make these grand changes. We don't have to, open a multi-million-dollar shelter with 100 staff and all this stuff. It can be as simple as when somebody walks in the door, you say, hey, how are you doing? What are how's your night been? Can I get you some food? Can I get you a cup of coffee? And let's just sit down and chat about nothing, really.
People just want to be seen.
Yeah, they do.
They want to be visible. Yeah. Well, I appreciate your partnership. I appreciate how we continue to work more and more together, and let's find new ways, that we can be those spaces in our community that people are welcome and where they're treated with dignity.
Absolutely.
Yeah, having doors open is the way to be.
It is, and working together.
Yeah.
Building, I love what you guys say, that we care for each other in the Flathead.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's it.
That's great. Thank you for coming
You're
and having a
welcome,
conversation. It
Tonya.
wasn't so painful.
No,
you're
not at
natural.
all. Oh, you know.
Yeah. Okay. The next 24-hour bench is yours.
Oh no! Don't do that to me. I'm not. I tell people I'm not a morning person. I'm not a nighttime person. So I don't know. I'm like a mid-afternoon.
Okay.
person.
Thank you so much.
You're very
it's
welcome,
always a
Tonya.
pleasure. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll be stopping by and chatting and stuff.
Okay.
And I know my
That sounds
doors are
great.
always
Well, we
open for you.
tonight
Okay,
for our 7th winter season. So it's World Homeless Day today.
Yeah.
And that's when we open. So tonight, 6 o'clock, shelter every single night.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And it's just in time because the weather has changed a little. It's nippy.
You guys are doing fantastic work here.
Thank you.
I don't know how much that's been said over the last 24 hours. But
It actually has. I felt a lot of
a huge need.
Yeah.
And we're all thankful for it.
Well, thank you. Thanks. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I gotta stand up. Okay.
Our guest here at the Warming Center, and I want to say welcome. My name is Tonya, and I'm the director here at the Flathead Warming Center. You have just signed an occupancy agreement that's very important, and that's why we have this video, so that you can clearly understand the expectations to be able to stay here. We care about you, and we want to help you, but it is your behavior that determines if you can stay or not. And that's what the occupancy agreement is all about. I started the Warming Center to be helpful to you. Our community pays for everything here at the Warming Center to be helpful to you. We need you to be helpful as well. And that's what the occupancy agreement is for you to understand all the ways that you can be helpful so that you can protect your stay with us. We expect you to be helpful. If you cause problems here or in the neighborhood or even in the community, you can lose your bed, which means you can't stay here at the Warming Center if you don't follow our occupancy agreement. If you are disruptive, if you are destructive, or disrespectful, not just here on the Warming Center property, but to our neighbors as well, you will lose our services. We fought very hard to keep the Warming Center open because there's some bad actors out there. If you are one of the bad actors, you cannot stay here. We take it very seriously. We ask that you do not loiter around the Warming Center or around the neighborhood. You cannot come early. You cannot stay late. This is very important for us to be able to keep our services open for everyone. If you come early, you lose your bed. It's that serious. So it's important that you pay attention to the time so that you can be here on time. If you are disruptive to any of our neighbors, that means the businesses or the homes around the Warming Center, you can't stay here. That's so important because remember, we fought to keep this place open.
You've been up since what time?
Well, I've been up since like 7 o'clock yesterday morning.
Oh my goodness.
We started this at 1 o'clock, so it will be done at 1 o'clock. So.
Yikes.
Yeah, so it'll be 24 hours on the bench at 1 o'clock p.m. And this coincides with World Homeless Day. It also coincides with the opening of the Warming Center for our 7th winter season, which will be tonight. So we're very, very happy about that. So we want to talk about homelessness. to talk about ideas that people have. We want to talk about things that sometimes work with homelessness, whether that be mental health, whether that be addictions. What brought you guys to the bench today? What do you want to talk about? You go first. Oh, we're going to make this. Right?
Yeah, we will.
Oh,
We
yeah,
will.
no,
We will.
I'm excited. Perfect. So what brings you guys to Conversations on a Bench today?
Well, what brought us was our experience with NAMI, so the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I actually had gone to a 12-step meeting and Pathways on a Saturday, and I saw their poster on the board. And when I saw their poster, my mom was in crisis. She had just gotten off her medication again, and I asked my husband if he would go with me to this family-to-family group for NAMI. And every time we went to that group for 8 weeks, I left that meeting and asked my husband, how come you didn't tell me I did that? How come you didn't tell me I did that? Because all the things I was learning to help my mom, I actually learned that I was doing myself. And so I learned so much about my own mental health and my own mental condition that we were just so floored by the training that they gave that we decided to become peer support specialists through them. And we got trained, and we started offering peer groups here in the Valley. And, we're just other people who have experienced recovery and mental health issues in our families and in our lives. And so we started these groups, and then we got to meet these two wonderful people who have been to our groups, our New Now Foundation Safe groups and our NAMI groups. And we're just wholeheartedly want to change the conversation, because we have to realize that there's people who work next to us, who are our neighbors, who are on the streets, who are our bank tellers, who are our CEOs and CFOs at banks and organizations in our valley who are really struggling. And it looks pretty because they have the money or they have the cars, but they're still really struggling and they need the help too. So that's why we're here on the bench with you today.
Well, that's wonderful. So what is the main benefit of the group that you have found?
Family. Yeah. The extended family, the healthy relationships, the connection, which really did help me through my homelessness process, was having, the safe, healthy connections and the love and support to navigate things that were just outside of my control. I think there was a lot of stigma around homelessness, and that maybe it was a result of life choices, but there is a lot of systemic barriers and a lot of things out there that can cause homelessness that are just outside of people's control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like one that we've experienced is a multiple set of one thing happens, then the second thing happens, and the third thing happens, and then all of a sudden we might be losing our housing, or we might be losing the people that support us because we've made some decisions. Do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So I feel like one of the things that can happen is partly like when you think about what am I exactly saying? How do I put it? When you think about the homelessness and the one thing leading to the next, you think about stuttering. I'm not trying to stutter.
It's okay.
Not used to this. You think about for instance, you might lose a parent, or you might lose a family member or a friend, and then your mental health starts to decline because you've lost someone, and it leads to post-traumatic stress and some mental health crises, and then that can land you up in facilities or land you up in group homes, and then if something else happens after that, then you could lose your place in a group home, or even lose where you're at housing-wise, like Victoria was saying. And with that happening, it just makes it difficult because people may not understand, hey, these people need these places, but the help isn't there because people aren't used to it. They're not used to knowing about mental health. They have the stigma around it of so people who have this mental illness are this way or that, and it's just like we need people to know, like, hey, people with these mental illnesses aren't necessarily like dangerous, they're just needing help, and people need to know that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's kind of like a domino effect. It starts out with one thing and pushes over the next domino and pushes over the next domino, and that can happen to any of us.
Yes.
And I don't think people always get that. Yeah, you talked about family.
Yeah.
I see it as that, but I also see it as community. When you become homeless, you don't just lose your house, you lose your community in a lot of ways. And so helping people to return to being more whole, I guess, I think that community plays a big part in that. It's when you feel like you're a part of something. So it sounds like you guys found a group that you feel a part of, that you belong, that you feel seen in. Those are also very important in wellness and recovery from homelessness is what I have seen here. When we have people who come here, it's not that they've just lost their structure, their home. They've lost their support system, their community. And when we can build that again around them in their life, that makes all the difference. Yeah, our staff, we just had staff training for our opening tonight and for the season. And their names are community leads because they are to lead a community. Because what we find is when people feel like they are a part of something, that they can give back to it, that they belong, all of those things, that just opens so many doors. That just changes so much. We all want to be seen and we all want to belong. And I think that a big key to that is community. Yeah. Yeah. And right now, I think in our community, we have all these reasons, places that we don't want people. And it's so we don't want people in the park. We don't want people on the trail. We don't want people outside the library. We don't want people in front of businesses. And we're so focused on where we don't want people. That's right. And we need to focus on those places that they can be to get the help that they need, the help that NAMI groups and the stuff that you're talking about, that community. We've got to be, that's where our focus needs to be. And I think that's where we're really missing here in our community.
Yeah. So I'm relatively new to the Flathead Valley. Not quite a year yet, but before I came here, I was homeless and displaced for many years. And what really helped a lot of us get through it was the kindness and compassion. Like, I'm actually very grateful for the experience because it was the love and compassion and the kindness where we drew on each other's strengths to build resources within ourselves, but for others too. Drawing on each other's strengths, you build that community of someone knows how to cook, but may not have the accessibility to a kitchen. We would go to the food bank together and plan our meals together and draw on other community members to help us with being able to prepare our meals. Sharing and caring for each other with showering and taking care of that space that we were grateful enough to utilize. My community did not have a warming center. And it can get to, 50 below outside. Mm-hmm. And there was, like you were talking about, a lot of that, they don't want people there, but it's not a choice. Yeah. There's no places to go. And the affordability as well as the availability of stable, secure housing is just non-existent for a lot of places. There's a lot of barriers outside of our control, but the human connection was always there. The love and support was always there. So that sense of community, I found through my experience with homelessness and having people like, for instance, you and all your community leads that want to help and can understand the situation and know how many things are against somebody, that seeing someone on the street walking past them, that all it takes is a smile, really.
Yeah.
Like, can change somebody's whole day. I saw it once on Facebook where people were filming or taking pictures, or wanting, instead of being in service and asking for help, it was a lot of, criticizing or making up assumptions about this person and their situation. Whereas if you would have just went and asked and made a human connection, maybe you would have been a little more sympathetic to what that person was going through. Yeah. Yep.
It's true. Another concept that we talked about in training was moving from charity to community. Charity is, this is what I am doing for you, and that's not what we want. We want the community. This is what we're doing together. Yeah, it's important. What thoughts do you guys have? Sounds like you guys have some life experience and some wisdom. And I will tell you that means a lot. You can use that as a springboard to really, really help people. I love hiring people that have some life experience. Very important.
I think that's why my husband and I started the New Now Foundation and our safe groups. Because as we were working with NAMI, we know, NAMI is an amazing organization, but it still has some things so being in recovery, sometimes if we're dealing just with our mental illness or we're just dealing with our substance use disorder, we're not dealing with the two combined, because most people who are struggling with substance abuse aren't dealing with their mental health, and people who are dealing with their mental health aren't dealing with their substance abuse. And so what we found with our safe groups, our New Now Foundation safe groups, is that we can get a little more broader and a little more opening with different things that we have, and we don't have as many limitations that we have. And so what we've done is we have our community stone soup meetings, which were focused on recovery, but now we've opened it up to anybody who's trying to practice a spiritual way of life. And we basically, if you know the story of stone soup, we just basically ask everybody to bring something, and then we create a meal together. And one of my favorite stories was when we went to the boys' home here, and we asked them to help cut zucchinis. And we had the zucchini stems inside of the soup because it was their first time cutting zucchinis. But they were so proud of that soup that they made.
Yeah.
Like it was their meal, and the sense of pride and ownership that they had from that was amazing. And so we've been building community since we've been here, and even what we realized after our safe groups and our NAMI groups on Wednesdays when they had the Depot Park concert weekends, we're like, hey, how about after our group, we go out and enjoy the concert? And that brought even more community, because we all gathered after the meeting. It was right after our group, and we sat and listened to music and talked and had more conversations than we would have had just in our group. And so that built even greater relationships within our group and with each other, and each person asking each other for help, like I need a ride here, or I need this, and so we've been building community in small little spaces and places, and it's needed, because
that's what I've known from the time that I've known you, and that you all just immersed yourself in community. Every time I turned around, there they were. Every little, I didn't know you knew these people. Well, they immerse themselves in community, and that's a huge strength. Yeah. So tell me one thing. What would you change in our community? What do you think? What needs to be changed?
I have to think. Give me a sec.
I think definitely the stigma. I think that idea that they need to pull themselves up from their bootstraps when they have no boots.
Yeah.
The idea that they should just be able to handle it. Like I've been doing this for 30 years, in and out of recovery, and then 21 in solid recovery. And we were just having to move in the last year or so. and the place wasn't finished, and it was kind of chaotic, and my mental health suffered. And I was like, if I've been doing this for 20 years and I'm seeing how my mental health is being challenged as a result of the chaos and busyness and the noise and all that stuff and the financial fear of it, I can only imagine those who don't have the tools that I've learned in 20 years. And so how can anybody else who hasn't learned the tools that I have deal with this stuff? They can't. And so that's why we need community. We need to tell people we're going through that stuff. It is happening to me. It is happening to my neighbor. It is happening to my husband. It's happening to my friend. It's happening to my friend on my right and on my left. And we need to know that it's happening around us, and it's, and it's okay. And the more that we're open about it and honest about it, then the more that we can help you. But if we try and pretend like everything's okay and put a smile on and suffering inside, that's not okay.
Do they call that like recovering out loud or something? Is that
Yeah,
okay? I've heard that before. Yeah, and that's important that we do that to break down the stigma.
Yeah, the stigma is a huge one. Just increasing that amount of joy. So that's the love and compassion without the fear. It's easier for us to not recognize that it's our problem or it's a problem out of our own wanting to have some sense of stability and security. And so it's easier to turn the blind eye, but it is a major problem. And just because it's not happening to you doesn't mean it's not happening. Yeah. So I think more community involvement and support is huge, and there is a lot of us here, and it's amazing what one or two people can do. Like the amazing stuff that Nino and Victoria do on a daily basis is a godsend. But to have more people like that in the community that are just sharing that humanity and building that community and that connection, it's not going to solve the world's problem in a day, but the amount of things that could be done definitely is us coming together. Yeah. Yeah.
Good. I feel like we could use more people like Victoria and, around town or in the valley or around just anywhere that there's homelessness, which is pretty much everywhere. And then I feel like we could also use more places for people to go, because there's not a lot of places for people to go because there's the stigma of hey, we don't know these people or we don't know what they're gonna do, so that people who are trying to get places to go don't have that. So not necessarily homeless shelters, but for people who have mental illnesses or even are just homeless who need a place to go, having more places like that would be very helpful and beneficial.
Yeah. Good. Those are some good goals, ways that our community needs to change. Anything else?
People are experiencing homelessness. I think changing the narrative in any way of people first definitely brings that compassion piece into it, that loving kindness. Yeah, is people are experiencing homelessness. Yeah. And it also gives a person experiencing it hope that it's a moment. It's not who they are. It's not your entire identity.
It's an experience, and you can work through an experience.
Yeah, and you're not alone.
Yeah. Beautiful. It's good.
I think one of my most favorite stories is one of your workers who we absolutely love. When we were reaching out to him in the dead of winter, and he was in Depot Park, and we were giving him food and checking on people, before we had a chance to ask him if we could pray for him, he asked us if he could pray for us. And that has been the most amazing thing, is because I didn't know if he was even going to make it through that winter.
Yeah.
And we got to see him this morning, and seeing him doing well, and knowing that he's, because of that love and compassion that we did on that winter's day that was freaking cold, and he could have lost a limb or lost his life. But yet he prayed for us, and we took him a meal, and now he's doing so much better.
Oh my gosh. He was one of our conversations on a bench, and I thought I would never sit next to him with a conversation like this. It's a new person. Yeah, very proud.
And
of
so
the hard work that he's been doing.
Yeah. But it just takes one little bit of compassion and love and understanding that, they're struggling, they're suffering. My one thing I'd like to end with is my dad died of alcoholism. My mom's been in and out of mental institution, and my brother's in a 18-year-old coma as a result of drug overdose. And so I have that in my history and in my path, and my husband has taught me to walk a different path and to follow alongside him and help others and be a difference and be a change maker in our community. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm grateful for him to teach me that. He's my biggest example.
You guys are all about community, and I love that. And thank you guys for coming and having a conversation with me on the bench.
Thank you.
It wasn't so painful, was it?
It wasn't.
Oh, good. You guys did great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I did put my hair.
Did it? Did it singe your hair? Oh. Yeah, it's red. I bet I'm red under here too, but it feels good. My bones are cold. Yeah. Thank you. Thank y'all for coming out. We'll see you soon. No, I'm fine. I'm good. We're going to make it. We are. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, wherever. You can drop it there. One there.
Awesome. So I want to see if you were up for this.
Okay.
At 9:23, which will be in 23 minutes, we are to call into the radio station Voices of Montana with Tom Schultz.
Ooh, okay.
And so there are 75 homeless shelters that are doing conversations on a bench, and there's 3 in Montana, and he's interviewing the 3 in Montana. And he said if you're by yourself, you just talk or whatever, but if you're having that conversation on a bench, call in and let's have that together.
That's cool. I'm
So,
down for whatever. Yeah,
great.
that's
So
fine.
it is, we'll need to,
So you want to stall a little?
yeah, let's stall a little and then we can, so they're going to be on speaker.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So they're going to be on speaker. So we will, I don't know. I did speaker last night with someone and it was like this, but this is what you're going to use regardless. So we'll make it work by, we'll huddle. Yeah. Oh, that'll be great. Yeah, he was hoping we'd have someone else to like the feel of us. Yeah. And you saw a little bit of the conversation.
Yeah, and I logged on yesterday and watched you guys for a little bit, and like it looked good. I was like, and there was like 15 viewers when I was on there, so I was like, oh, some people are like sitting and watching it, which is awesome. Makes me happy.
Well, if you do something big things are gonna go wrong. So we had some glitches, but it's come together and it's been great. And then the number of conversations, I mean, people just it's been constant, which is great.
Yeah. So have you been here for 24 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Are you so ready for your
I
weekend?
am.
Yeah.
I'm ready to sleep.
Yeah,
It was easier when I was, college maybe, high school probably, but I'm a little older now.
Every year this type of stuff gets a little bit
It does. And I'm finding I'm like, even though I think I'll stand up for just a minute, but even though I've been moving around, I'm getting some cramps like under here. Yeah. So,
And it's like, regardless of how much you do it, every time you're on camera, your body just moves differently.
It does.
It's like a muscle you got to work out.
Yeah.
Totally.
Well,
I get that.
it's been great, and we're kind of winding towards the end, but woo.
Getting there. You're almost done.
Almost.
That's amazing. Well, what a great program.
It's been fun.
that invited or told would be here?
Huh?
Was that invited or told would be here?
Oh, no. It was invited. That's the sheriff's posse.
Oh, okay.
And they're a nonprofit too.
Right.
And just with everything that was happening in the nation, when we did trainings for this,
Oh, yeah.
they thought it would be good to have some form of security. So
That makes sense.
yeah, there had been like 2 vehicles, and I don't know. That's a bit much because it's been really calm.
Yeah.
We didn't have any, and we were ready to have some hard conversations, and that didn't really happen. But all night long, we just kind of, and they've rotated. It hasn't been the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they haven't been doing it for 24 hours, but
That's good.
yeah.
Good.
So we open tonight because it's World Homeless Day today, and tonight.
And it's going to be cold this weekend.
Yeah, so perfect timing.
Winter weather advisory. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Again, yeah.
Here we are.
Why do we live in Montana? That's what I always say.
I think about it sometimes, but then I'm like, oh, it's so pretty up here. I could never.
Oh, the winters are so long, though.
They are. I'd take one more month of summer. I'd take that.
Yeah.
I'd allow it.
Yeah. Oh, I love summer. Yeah. So we're just killing time. Anybody that's watching, we're just killing time for just a little bit, and then we'll jump in.
Yeah, we're getting warm.
Yeah. So when we get on there and talk with Voices on Montana, just introduce yourself and tell about Sparrow's Nest. They're not local. It's a state.
Okay.
It's a state one, so they may not know very much.
Right.
But talking about youth homelessness, and we can say that that's what our conversation is on.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
I love that.
The superintendent was on earlier today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How did that
So
go?
it was real early this morning. He brought his daughter, and yeah, it went good.
Our school districts are very supportive. That's one thing that, I was pleasantly surprised to find
that's
is
great.
the schools really get behind our kids and
Yeah.
support them a lot, which is nice because I was a little worried
Yeah.
that wouldn't be the case, but they seem to be pretty on top of it.
Oh, that's good.
As
Yeah.
much as they can be, right?
Yeah,
Like, they have
he seemed to be on top of it. He seemed to be very compassionate. It's almost getting to where we don't need the lights. At night, we had to have the lights because that light was on, and so my hair would be like, you would only see hair. Yeah, yeah.
It's going to be a beautiful day.
Yeah, it is. We are going to a football game.
Oh, fun.
My son is a senior at Glacier, and we have football. Yeah.
Season.
Yeah, this might be the year, I hope, but
yeah.
it's in Helena, the football game, so I'm going to sleep
You're going to sleep
while
on
my
the
husband
drive.
drives.
Yeah, there you go. That's fun. I love Helena.
Yeah. It's a cute little town. I love my bed more, though.
Yeah, I'm sure you're like,
If it weren't my
if I
son's
could go
senior,
home.
if it weren't my son's senior year, my husband would be going by himself.
Right,
yeah. But I'm committed. I'm not going to miss a game.
Right. That makes sense. We got so many more days where he's at home.
Yeah.
Is he going to go to college in the fall, probably?
I think he's going to do the community college till he figures out a little more what he wants to do. I think that's a smart thing.
Great.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
have a lot of really awesome
Yeah,
professors.
they do. And no sense in going till you kind of going away until you kind of know more what you want to do.
Yep. Yep. Agreed.
How are we doing? It does die down, that road, in the middle of the night. It was very quiet, but yep, now people are up and moving.
Yeah, it's a busy road, that's for sure. And people go so fast on it. And then this coffee stand is so busy. I was like, oh, maybe I have time to stop and grab a coffee.
Oh my gosh, it
And then I was
wraps
like, there's 7
around.
cars.
I
No, I'm not gonna
know.
be late
It
for
wraps
Tonya. I'm gonna be
around
very
and
nice.
oh.
Yeah, that's messy.
Yeah, my husband's always teasing. He's like, "Oh, those cars. What a nuisance in the neighborhood." I'm like,
Yep, good point.
no.
Very good point.
Well, hello. This is Penny.
Doesn't understand fire very well, so she might get too close.
Oh, that wouldn't be good.
I'll watch you. I'll watch you.
Have you gone through all of these?
We are on the third one.
Nice.
One froze up.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say froze up. It froze. Now it's not. That's weird. Well, I guess it's warming up or.
Yeah. I think sometimes you can kind of shake them and they'll.
Yeah.
loosen up
We
a
shook
bit.
them and then it got a little higher, but then it'd go back down. So I think we're on our third one.
I was a little worried it was going to burn me last night.
Oh.
Because it was like all
Sean was here late and.
You guys have been in it for the long haul in this. That's awesome.
Yeah, we're.
Well, and opening day for us.
Yes, everything all at once.
Yeah, so it'll be fun. We're having a good time.
Y'all feel like you're ready?
No, but are you ever ready?
No, you're
I
not.
feel like it's got to be similar to like having
Solution of what we're trying to do here. That's your job. Meet us at the table so that we can help you. Right now, we're going to go through the different parts of the occupancy agreement. Hope you'll really pay attention because we want you here.
All right, so check-in time. Guests can arrive here at 5:30. You'll notice the gate on the fence. You may enter the fenced area. We ask that you line up when you get inside the fence. It helps us when we go out to get names and to see how many people we have in line here to make sure that we don't overflow. Once you are in that gated area, you cannot leave. If you do leave the gated area, you will be asked to leave for the night, and you'd have to try again the next night. Please go back to your occupancy agreement and make sure you understand all those. This is a weapon-free zone. Those who carry pocket knives or other things, once you are getting checked in, you will have to check those in with staff. They will be locked up safely and given back to you when you're leaving. Remember, when you're bringing in things like that, though, it is the staff who are working who can determine what they feel is an inappropriate weapon and what is allowed. If you do bring in something that's inappropriate, you will not be allowed to stay that night. Any firearms of any sorts are not allowed on the property, period. And if they are brought on the property, that is a lifetime NRS from here. You will never be able to return. So be sure to not have them in your vehicle if you have a vehicle or on your person. Substances. We do not allow any sort of illegal drugs or even legal drugs such as marijuana on the property, nor can you have any paraphernalia. If you have prescription medications or over-the-counter drugs, you may bring those in. If you would like staff to lock up your prescription medication, please let them know, and we will take care of that for you. Other than that, you may keep them in your lockers, but that is something, if you do have prescription medications, it's a good idea to have them on you or locked in your locker so nobody else can get their hands on them. Smoking. We do allow smoking here inside the gated area outside. Please be respectful when you smoke. I know we've had a lot of times in the past where people are throwing their cigarette butts down on the ground. We don't want that. It makes the place look trashy, and we want to keep this clean and presentable to everybody and to be respectful for everybody. So please, if you do smoke, Do not throw your cigarette butts on the ground. Smoking is allowed out in the area until 10 p.m. After 10 p.m., it's one person at a time is allowed to go out and smoke. So go out, smoke, be mindful if there's other people waiting. Don't stay out there for a long time. All right. Belongings. You are allowed to bring personal belongings here, and this is something I'd want you to look at your occupancy agreement more into also. Remember, what you bring has to fit into our locker. There is a wooden box outside of the fence that is the size of the inside of our locker. If you're questioning how many belongings you have and if they're going to fit in your locker, please put them in that wooden box and see if they're going to fit. One thing we want to avoid is bringing excessive belongings. I mean, first of all, it's hard for you to carry all that stuff, but we just don't have the space to store it. And once you're assigned a locker and put all your belongings in there, know that you are responsible for them. If you do not lock your locker and something is taken, that is your responsibility. So please lock your locker. Staff will let you into your locker at any time you wish to. Any belongings left in your locker, if you're going to be taking a night out, once you get to 3 nights that you haven't been here, if there are belongings in your locker, they will be emptied out and disposed of. I don't want to throw away anybody's property. Nobody here wants to throw away anybody's property. But once again, we have to be respectful and mindful of the fact that we don't have a bunch of room here and other people may need that locker on those nights. So be sure to take your belongings with you when you leave, especially if you have important paperwork or documents. We don't want to throw anything away that you need. Bed bugs. We haven't had bed bugs for a couple years, but if you do feel like you've got bed bug bites or see something, please notify staff immediately. The sooner we know about it, the sooner we can deal with it so it doesn't become a problem that gets everybody. We don't want bed bugs in here, and we haven't. So good job, everybody, to this point. The bunk room. Once you are checked in, you will be assigned a bunk by a staff member in the back. That is the bunk you are to sleep in. If you're coming in as a couple, you can't go sit and hang out on the other person's bunk. You must only be on your bunk at all times. The bunk room is a quiet place for a lot of people. They've been on the streets all day. They're tired. They want to rest back there. So even during normal hours, please be respectful and mindful of your voices and how loud you are. At 9 o'clock, the lights do go off in the bunk room. Once those lights are off, it is quiet time. So once again, just be mindful that there's other people here and think of the nights you're tired and you would like people to be a little bit more respectful. As I had mentioned before, quiet hours. Also, the day room. The kitchen closes at 9:30. That means you can't be out making any food, getting stuff out of the refrigerator. And at 10 o'clock, the lights do go out in the day room. So get the things you need done before that. It's not the time to spread out your belongings on the table and go through them after 10 o'clock. That is when it's just quiet time and time to wind down. If you're not tired and you want to sit out here quietly, we'll have places marked on some of the tables where a few people can sit. It's not the time to come out and converse and be loud. Once again, it's just being respectful of everybody here.
You drive here with a vehicle, we ask that you complete a vehicle agreement and let us know which vehicle is yours, and we'll make sure and get you a little pass to keep on your dash. That helps us know that all of the vehicles present are for our guests. We ask that there's no loitering in vehicles. Once you get here, be quick about getting your belongings and getting into line. And do not allow anyone else to sit in your vehicle or sleep in your vehicle while it's on property. Vehicles are only allowed on property during shelter hours. So at 10 a.m., when we ask you to leave, you have to take your vehicle with you. Otherwise, it could be towed. And there is zero tolerance for any vehicle theft. We also allow bikes, and we have bike locks. We again ask that you register with us so that we know whose bikes are whose. You can keep it locked at the center during the day, but do know that while the shelter is not open, you won't have access to it. So it'll have to be locked until 5:30 that evening. Again, zero tolerance for bike theft. And we welcome our pets and animals. Service animals, emotional support animals, and pets are all permitted as long as you have a pet agreement completed. No more than one animal per guest, and we ask that guests do not get another animal. It's a barrier to finding housing, but for the pets you already have, they are welcome. They must be in your control at all times. and make sure that you're caring for them and picking up after them. We do have kitchen and refrigerator access. You're welcome to store your own belongings, up to 5 items per person. Please make sure you label it very clearly with your name and the date. Any items that are past expiration date or 7 days since you put them in the fridge will be thrown away. We ask that you practice proper hygiene, wash your hands, use hand sanitizer before accessing anything in the kitchen area. That just keeps us
Good morning, Voices of Montana. This is Cody.
Hi, Cody. This is Tonya with the Flathead Warming Center.
Yes, all right. Please hold, and we'll get you right on, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I've been on before.
Some stark realism here about homelessness. 60 to 70% of people without homes have at least one chronic health condition. I mean, talk about piling it on, right? And magnifying it, and that's another reason for homelessness, chronic health. And then 76%, as I noted earlier, suffer a mental health disorder. There are things that we can do to address this. Right now, we're addressing the problem, not necessarily the root of the problem, but that's where it starts to get to the root of the problem. I've spoken with Tonya Horn a couple of times, a number of times, as a matter of fact, and impressed with her in how she understands that, the Warming Center is just one stop in that journey toward ending homelessness. And we're not talking a grand homelessness. We're talking, I think, individual homelessness. You can only help maybe one person sort of at a time, but by having resources in place to help that one person, you can help more and more and more. Let's check in with Tonya Horn now, again, with the Flathead Warming Center. Tonya, good morning. Are you there?
Good morning. Yes, we're here. We're calling to you live from the bench.
I know it. I love it. You've been out there since 1 yesterday, and I peeled in there late last night. I checked you out through the afternoon. You're just doing a fantastic job. How you holding up?
I'm very tired, but it's been inspirational because we have great people within the community, and we've been having great conversations. I'm in fact here with a conversation right now. If you guys want to join in.
Yes. Go ahead. Put us on speakerphone. Who are you talking with?
Okay. Yep. You are on speakerphone, and we're actually on a bench by a busy road, so you might hear some road noise. But what we're trying to do here with Conversations on a Bench is change the narrative of homelessness one conversation at a time. And it takes conversation, and I'm here having a great conversation with the Sparrow's Nest, which addresses youth homelessness. I'm going to let her introduce herself.
Awesome. Hi, guys. So I'm Rochelle Buckley. I'm the Executive Director of the Sparrow's Nest of Northwest Montana. We provide housing and resources to homeless youth to enable them to graduate from high school and become productive members of our community. We are the only preventative for youth program here in Flathead County that provides housing. So our program is very critical. And also, we love the Warming Center. When they first got started here in Kalispell, Tonya and I met, and we hit it off pretty well. And so we've wanted to support them throughout their stay in this valley and really support their mission. We kind of serve different brackets of the demographic, but we're doing a lot of the same work and serving a lot of the same people. The reality is that, if our program didn't exist, these kids would have to use Tonya's program. And so that's why it's so important for the collaboration and conversation.
Hey, Rochelle, it's Tom Schultz again from Voices of Montana. I'm going to follow up with some questions here because I heard Tonya talking last night about it's not just losing a home, it's losing community.
Yeah.
And I think when we see that, we, especially with youth homelessness, that education community, I mean, it's just not as strong. Talk about the problem. Talk about what you see in terms of youth homelessness, and then how it leads in, how you guys try to get sources for education and community?
Yeah, so we serve youth from all walks of life. Here in Flathead County, homelessness is caused by a lot of things. Some of it is the cost of living in our community. We are a destination community. There are a lot of people moving in here, driving up housing prices and things like that. So that's part of it. But also we're seeing kids that are fleeing domestic violence. Maybe their parents are struggling with substance abuse. There also is a cross-section between the LGBTQ community and homeless youth. And so some of it is our kids are struggling with their mental health. They're struggling with gender identity, and parents don't know what to make of that. And so it can put a lot of strain on a family. And so if I were to sum it up in one, sentence, is family breakdown is the #1 cause for the students that I serve.
And addressing that, Tonya, you hear that, and it probably, perks your ears up a little bit. #1 cause, here it is, we can address it. That's kind of tough to address. How do you address it? As a provider of service.
Breakdown of family or breakdown of community, I think those go hand in hand. Within adult homelessness, it's hard to say a leading cause because everyone's story is different. You and I have talked before about disabling mental illness or addictions, several reasons why people end up homeless. And here at the Warming Center, we're serving a lot of people who aren't housing ready because of the challenges that they have in their life. And so we've been talking a lot about that on Conversations of a Bench. And what I've asked a lot of the people who've sat and had conversations throughout the last almost 24 hours is, what change would you like to happen in our community? And it's been amazing, the answers that we've gotten, they all have a common theme, and that is compassion. Within our communities, we need to all step forward with more compassion and get to know people who may look different than we are, but when you get to know people with compassion, you find out that we're more alike than we are different.
I really appreciate that. Rachel, talk about the extensiveness of the problem. I mean, I know you can't get too personal about it, but how many kids are you seeing? Are you seeing it growing? Are you seeing, temporary situations, or are you a little more concerned about potential permanent homelessness for some of these kids?
Yeah, so that's my #1 goal, is to make sure these kids are not homeless again when they leave our care. And so, yeah, I've been with the organization since 2019. When I got started, we were typically doing 8 or 9 kids a year. Now we're seeing that we're serving 12 to 15. So that number has grown incrementally. And keep in mind, I only have an 8-bedroom facility. So if I had more beds, that number could potentially grow. But, there's a lot of things that go into that. What we're seeing is more and more of these kids are struggling with their mental health. More and more of these kids are being exposed to substance abuse and different chemical dependency at such an early age. And when you ask them, when was the first time you used? A lot of the times it was, well, my parents were gone and I was hanging out with people I knew I shouldn't have. And that's their first story of this path that they've been set down. And so really, like Tonya always says, it's community. And so what I would love to see to help support our kids from getting into this situation is parents supporting parents, right? If you are a single mom of 2 kids, you need a lot of help, right? If your child is struggling with gender identity issues, that's a lot for a parent to handle. So where is their village, right? To help support them in raising their child and keeping them safe. I always tell our students, they say, oh, I love it here so much. And, but it's really hard to not be with my family. And I tell them that's valid. You were not put into this world to live in a homeless shelter, right? Like nobody has a child and brings a child into this world thinking that that's where they're going to end up. And so a lot of unforeseen circumstances ends them up in our care. And we take really great care of our kids. I love this program. I love the kids that we serve. But there's a lot that goes into it, and really we need to see parents supporting parents, communities supporting each other.
Talk about your program. This is Rachel Buckley again, Executive Director of Sparrow's Nest, and just search them up, Sparrow's Nest.
Yeah, so Sparrow's Nest, NWMT.org. Yep. So you can actually go check out our brand new website. We brought ourselves up into 2025 this past year with a new website. So yeah, there's lots of resources on there, including resources like the Warming Center. We're proud to support them and the other resources in our community. So yeah, our big thing is education. We want to house you and keep you safe while you get your education. We also require all of our students to work. So they're gaining job experience so they can find gainful employment once they leave our care. And we are 100% community funded. So we are not taking any federal or state grants. They don't really fit our programming. There's things like term limits that come into play. And I'm not interested in just housing a kid for 90 days. If they need to stay in our care throughout the entirety of their high school career, they should be able to do so. So our shortest placement, looking at a couple weeks, our longest placement was with us for 3.5 years. And he's currently in welding school down in Arizona. So that's my humble brag of a parent.
That's so interesting, and you know, it's something I wasn't fully aware of, and I really appreciate that kind of service. Rachel Buckley again, Sparrow's Nest. She is sitting and having a conversation on the bench with Tonya Horn from the Flathead Warming Center, bring awareness to homelessness. It's World Homelessness Day. Tonya, thank you so much for what you do as well. Maybe talk about, and I've heard you say it before, and this is a great example of it. Starting this journey to being housed. Like you said, some aren't necessarily housing ready, but you have to look at a number of services outside of your realm, so to speak. Talk about making that work, because I think that has really made a dent in how we are a community addressing homelessness.
We can only be part of the solution. We can't be the total solution. So it takes partnerships. It takes community. We keep saying that word community because there's a lot of strength in community. And we can't do it all, but working together, we can achieve so much more.
Rachel, what kind of resources do you need? Is the legislature responsive? I mean, and I think the point to be made too is, as Tonya just said, there's only so much you can do, right? So you want to get to that highest level of what you can do. What do you need? What helps you?
Yeah, so I mean, funding, right? That's number one. And I hate to be a money asker on the air for you, but the fact of the matter is that there are people in this community that are fighting hard for these programs and for the clients that we serve, and we can't do it without funding. Tonya and I just finished a big fundraising season here in the Flathead Valley. We both did excellently in our campaign, which is amazing. But at the end of the day, those dollars are going to get spent on the crucial programs that we are providing. And so being generous, giving where you live is huge. You know, everybody does a roundup campaign at Target. Go walk down to your local homeless shelter and give them $5. That's probably going to get to your community a whole lot quicker than doing it through a corporate campaign. Or stop by, say, can I drop off dinners? Do you need office supplies? Something we go through, I have 8 teenagers in the house. Can you imagine how many deodorant sticks we go through, or body wash, or toilet paper for that matter? Paper towels. Teenagers use 5 paper towels for a small spill, right? So, you know, just things like that, making sure that our programs are fully funded and have all the resources that we need. I would say that the legislature is fairly supportive of youth homelessness initiatives. We do have a license through the state of Montana. We are in the private alternative outdoor recreational program. We're kind of a round peg in a square box, but it does work for us, and we have a really great relationship with the state in our annual surveys and things like that.
Rachel Buckley again, Sparrow's Nest, NWMT, which stands for Northwest Montana, sparrowsnest.org. Hey, Tonya, who else? And Rachel, I'm so glad to have met you, and thank you for being a part of the conversations on the bench. Tonya Horn, I know you're wrapping it up at like 1 o'clock here today. You look great. I can see you. Go to YouTube, you guys. The stream is good. You can hear everything.
Can you believe she's still out here? She's killing it.
Oh, my goodness. 24 hours. I'm a little too old for this.
No, you really are. You're doing great. You look fresh. Your questions, and you've had really good guests, and I appreciate that too. Tell us about, who else visited you and who else supports you. We got a couple of minutes here.
Oh, well, visiting on the bench, we did the gamut. We've had the superintendent of schools. We have had 2 of the 3 mayoral candidates. running for election. We've had pastors. We have had other service providers because homelessness affects all of us. And it's going to take having those hard conversations that we can all come together and having the hard conversations with compassion. We're going to be able to come up with solutions. And that's what we want to do. We want to change the narrative of homelessness one conversation at a time.
And I like that, and I think you've done that. I don't have a lot of time to go into the story. We've talked about it here, but you guys have had to work to get the community behind you. I mean, in a lot of ways. But that hard work, I think, has paid off. What's your 30-second assessment of that?
We're doing great. We came out of a big challenge, but from day one, we've always had our community support. We have some people who disagree with what we do and how we do it and who we serve. But what we say now is we have common ground in that no one wants homeless people on the streets. We all want to get people off the street. And so if we start with that common ground, we're going to be able to come together and find solutions that are right for our community. We have great community support, and we're doing just fine over here at the Flathead Warming Center.
Thank you for the service, too, and you've been persistent about it. And I think that makes a great point. You got to keep knocking, keep on knocking.
We're not going away, and we're going to get better and better every year.
Rachel and Tonya, thank you so much for the conversations on the radio today.
Thank you.
Talk to you later, okay?
Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So, yeah, that was good. And I would bet that he's probably going to call you sometime because he likes to, he loves social service, folks. So that's good. It seems like he learned a new one.
Yeah.
I don't know what part of Montana he hails out of, but yeah, he's not here locally. It's a state program.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And as we've continued, we get referrals from all across the state. So right now we're currently interviewing a couple kids from Billings. Now our mission is Flathead County, right? So those kids are always going to come first. And when we get a bunch of referrals and we're starting to lose out on bed space, those Flathead County kids are going to come in first place for those beds. But that doesn't mean that we can't support all of Montana. So if I have open beds and there's a referral, I'm going to entertain that referral because I believe that every student needs housing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to ask you a question here. You can have that because I've got a microphone here.
You're mic'd up.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you a question that I've been asking everyone on the bench.
Okay.
Is what change do you want to see in our community?
Ooh, that's a tough one. And I think I'm going to go in line with probably what everybody else has said, but deeper compassion. Something that's been really hard for me with the big challenges that the Warming Center has faced is people like to tell me, oh, well, I love the Sparrow's Nest because you hold kids accountable. And I do, right? That's my job. But if we're not in that program, if we're not providing that service, they are going to be on your doorstep in 3 years, in 5 years. And sometimes they make choices where they still end up there. And so there is no difference between my demographic and my organization and your organization. Really, at the end of the day, you can't support one of us and not both of us because it really is the same group of people. So having some compassion and understanding that all of these people that they want to demonize for being homeless and being unhoused, they were just kids one day. Not that long ago, they were just kids and they have stories and their families have stories, and what led them to be homelessness is not the things that people like to spout. It's much more complex than that. And so, I see it every single day. And so, if you see somebody struggling, you should just help them because they probably have a really compelling story to tell, and they've probably been through things you can't imagine. So be compassionate to others, give to your local charities, because we really need your support. We have really amazing people working here. Tonya's fantastic. Her entire team is fantastic. The same could be said for a lot of the organizations here in the Valley. And so, support these organizations. They're really working hard to make change in our community.
Thank you. There's a lot of wisdom in that.
I try.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, we wish you the best, and we thank you for your partnership, and we thank you for the service that you provide in our community.
Yeah, well, we love the Warming Center. We are so supportive of you guys. Working with kids, I'm raising a bunch of kids that aren't mine, so my schedule gets crazy, but we're always cheering them on and just hoping for the best because this service is so needed. We are going into a winter weather advisory this weekend, and you are opening. And so, if that wasn't happening, imagine what our community was going to look like this weekend. So I'm grateful to the Warming Center. You're out here saving lives. So thank you, Tonya.
Thanks you for the conversation on the bench.
Woohoo!
We'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Thank you. No, I don't think so. We want to. Can I get you to write your name on one of the boards there? Well, oop. Huh? Oh, yes, it does. Oh, my bones are cold.
Hello.
Hello. I think we are good to go. I'm going to turn that on.
Great.
And I'm going to hand you this.
Okay.
You know about microphones. I've got
A little bit, yeah.
I've got the little lapel thing. I'm learning about it. Yeah.
Good.
Welcome to Conversation on the Bench.
Yes, this is a great idea.
Let's have a seat.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Steve Snipstead.
Yeah.
I like to call you Pastor Steve. You'll always be a pastor to me.
Well, I'm a retired pastor, so that's, I'm not sure how that actually works. I'm still figuring that out.
Okay. How is retirement going?
It's busier than I thought, and I'm still involved in a lot of things.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely. Well, tell you what we're going to do. We are having conversations on a bench. It's very important to have even the hard conversations sometimes around the subject of homelessness. We want to change the narrative of homelessness one conversation at a time. And when we have conversation, we end up with solutions. So who knows, maybe we'll come up and solve all the problems in this one conversation. How about that?
Well, if that can happen, I'd be all for it.
Okay, great. Well, tell me, Pastor Steve, about your history with the Warming Center. You have a relationship with the Warming Center. Let's explain what that is.
So I got involved with the Warming Center early on as a board member in the first months, right after Tonya and Luke kind of kicked the ball rolling. I got connected and really felt God was directing me through several different individuals to get involved. And it was one of those things that was pretty obvious, not something that was on my radar to get involved with homelessness, but I've always understood it as a pastor and as a Christian that helping the poor, showing mercy, that's not only a biblical but also a very important role for the church and society. You can't accomplish your mission of sharing the gospel without doing that too. So I understood it, but really felt a call to do that. And so I was on the board for about 5 years and then felt it was a good time for me to step off because of other commitments. It's kind of ironic. Seems like I got busier in retirement, or maybe I just slowed down. I'm not sure which. So yeah, that's how I got involved. But certainly a believer and a supporter of the Warming Center to this day. So I'd love to have conversations with anybody out there that want to talk about it.
That's wonderful. Yeah, and there's a lot of conversations around homelessness and around the Warming Center. What do you tell people when they ask you?
Well, I often lead off with, this is a really complicated subject. Mm-hmm. There's not one answer. My learning curve was huge. It's still growing. The causes of homelessness, the solutions to homelessness. I sometimes tell people, not one thing is going to work. Some things are going to work for this person. Some things are going to work for that person. And so it really takes a holistic group community effort to, you're never going to make the problem go away, but you can reduce it and mitigate it and help those individuals that can be helped. And so we have to understand this as a really important community effort.
last night we had someone that you have gotten to know while she was homeless. Andrea was here, and she told her story. It was beautiful, and I said that I bragged her up to you, and she was like, "Oh, Pastor Steve."
Yeah. Well,
Talk
Andrea,
a little bit about that.
So, Andrea, we go back a long time. Andrea is a good example of someone that, some people used to see on the streets, but is, grew up in Columbia Falls and was here for a long, long time. Before the Warming Center opened, she was attending church and sleeping around in the neighborhood. This was years before the Warming Center even opened. And then she disappeared for a while, as she's known to do, and then resurfaced. And so we were able to help her in, as both as a church and as an individual with a few things. But I learned enough by then to know that it was a cooperative effort. And so we were using resources from the Warming Center, resources from a pro bono therapist, and we just kept talking to each other and helping Andrea. And that's one of the success stories, I think, where she's housed and employed. But I gotta emphasize, this was a multi-year project.
Yeah. It doesn't just happen overnight. It doesn't. Right. She talked about her long time being homeless and what it took. She said she had to get away from her core group of friends, so to speak, and she did that. And she's so proud of herself. She's paying ahead on her rent.
That's great.
And she's like, she can't believe she's in that position to do that.
And she still has her cat, right?
She still has her cat. Yes, she does. And she has very fond memories of how you and your church helped her. And that was really neat to hear her talk about that. And her eyes, I told her eyes were glowing. It's just she's got this new life about her. And she didn't say that exactly where she's working. I know where she's working because I visited there, but I hope you show up because she'll come running out from the back to say hello to you.
I will have to do that. I'd love to do that.
Yeah. And we've got to enjoy and cling on to those success stories because you can work with so many and only end up with a few success stories. And she's one of those. We'll have like 3 or 4 by the time we're done come from the bench of success stories.
Yeah, and that's what you have to hold on to is that and not give up. Recognize that it can be a multi-year story. Yeah. I tell that to the staff too. It's like, don't give up. I know some of them have had years of experience and some are fairly new, but don't be discouraged.
Yeah. We've lost several people in homelessness since we closed for the winter. So in the summer part is what we're surprised of how many people that we had lost in homelessness. And I'm coming to realize that year-round is an emergency when you're homeless. And having at least shelter, if not a home, extends your life. And we've seen a lot of people, our numbers were way up over this summer. Some days we'd have a flow of 60 people come in for the day services, and that's telling us that our numbers are up. And we've seen people decompensate during the time that they don't have that shelter. And that's kind of been an eye-opener for me, but also the number of people that we have lost. Yeah. I remember we had a memorial service and you came to it. And we had a gentleman that was out here and was in just a bad shape. I don't know if you remember we had a conversation. We lost him. Okay. Yeah, so there's several of those that we have ended up losing. And that's hard. That really is, that's hard. But where we've come and we've talked as a staff about this is that sometimes it's self-determination. He would say that he wanted to die.
Yeah.
And he didn't take his own life by any means, but the choices that he made, though he was given every opportunity and everything that anybody could do for him,
yes.
He is self-determination, and sometimes we do what we can for people, but they still have that choice.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll have a memorial service once a year. We have the homeless memorial service around Christmas time, and that's a yearly thing that they do across on the longest night of the year. And we'll have lots of names to call out this year. It's been a hard year for that.
That's sad.
Yeah, it is. We can't be the solution for everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just talking to Sean about some of the services I'd hope to see get started that are still in the process, and I hope the community recognizes that there are lots of pieces to this, and supports that. So.
Yeah, and it doesn't happen overnight. But one thing I felt a lot of our community support. We've been through trials, you know about all that, but in the end, we've had great community support, and I think that's because they see that we don't give up, that we're going to continue every year to do something more and something better.
Well, and I think, like myself, I had opinions about what homelessness. I'd had some experience with family members and different things, but there was such a learning curve, and still a learning curve, understanding causes and how to address it and all of those things. And I think the community is on that learning curve too. We've always had people in the valley. I've been pastor in the valley for 40 years. I always knew guys. You probably remember some of them too. Guys that have just lived on the street, but yet in the last, I would say 5 to 10 years, that number has just increased dramatically. And I have some opinions about why that is, but I think it's a multifaceted reason. Why more and more people are finding themselves living on the street, and so it's something we need to address. But we have to address it together because it's a bigger problem than any one of us can handle.
And I think there's several misconceptions out there. So community education would be a really important piece, but one of the misconceptions is that we serve all the homeless community, and we can't, and we don't. And the standards that people have to stay here, the rules and the expectations exclude some people from our services.
Yeah.
And I think that's important for people to understand because they see homelessness, some people see homelessness and they think that's a warming center guest, and may not be.
Yes, and that's important for people to understand. And right, yeah, there's just one of the phrases I learned was continuum of care.
Yeah.
And recognizing that a person at a certain stage of life or that has a certain issue or problem that's keeping them unhoused, the warming center can address a certain segment of the population, and the jail has to address another, mental health services another, and so there has to be that partnership between all of those different agencies.
And that partnership is getting stronger and stronger all the time, and that's
I'm
really
glad
a
to hear
good
that.
thing. It's really a good thing. I'm asking people what change that they would like to see in our community. But I want to share with you what I have come to through these conversations on the bench is we do a lot of focusing of where we do not want people. And we don't want them in the parks. We don't want them in the library. We don't want them, and understandable. We don't want them outside of people's businesses or on lawns of homes. But all of our attention has been where we don't want people. We need to focus on where people can be and build those places up.
Yeah,
I think that's a big key in our community.
Yeah, and that's a question that takes some effort to answer. And so, it's one thing to say we don't want this. Well, then what do you want? What are the solutions? And I think becoming solution oriented is really important for everyone. Everyone that has an opinion about homelessness, just think about the solutions that
and not
would work.
Just the complaints.
Yeah.
What would you like to see different in our community?
Regarding the homeless?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'd love to see the mental health resource center opened up. I know that's in the process, and just discussing with Sean about that, the progress on that. So that would be something I'd love to see. That's probably the primary one.
Yeah. That would help with a lot of the crisis that's being played out in public spaces if they had a place to get well.
Yeah, and that would be just one piece. I'd like to see a detox center. That could deal with that. An inpatient rehab. I don't know if we have one yet. No. So those are all pieces of the puzzle that could.
Well, RCM in Columbia Falls. Yeah, I would count that to be local. Okay. Yeah. More robust.
Yeah. So that
would be good.
That would help. And then supportive housing, big one. But there's some of that already. But I'm not aware of. I'm assuming it doesn't meet the need, that there's not enough of it yet. So, all of those things to get people off the streets, into housing, and if they can, back to work, back to at least to the place where that they're not a drain on the first responder resources. So
yeah, very true.
So that they're checking them out, and progress is being made. But it's just slower than I'd like to see.
Oh, me too. Absolutely. And I totally agree about we need to. What my dream is would help that first responder thing, because they're in the same boat that we're in that where do people go? Where can they send people to? If they don't qualify for jail, because if they hadn't broken a law to go to jail or to be arrested, where do they take them to? Where can they go? And we need to develop more places where people can be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's good, and I believe our community will do that. Just it's getting to the place where enough of us realize that's what has to happen. So, yeah.
Why would you tell someone to get involved in the warming center?
Well, so it would depend on them, but I would. You can make a difference in dealing with the solution. It's a great way to become educated about this, to actually see what's going on. For me, I'm motivated by my Christian faith. I have a call to do that because as a Christian, that to help the poor is, Jesus said, that you're doing that to me. So, I've come to understand, in my gifting, I'm a pretty good administrator and analyst, and so that's why I got involved in the board. That's why I'm on so many boards. So that's one way I can contribute, and that's how I did contribute, and I hope to again sometime at different parts of the community. So, yeah, I would say get involved, and if you have to take a look at your availability on, if you're not able to be committed volunteer, there might be times where you're still bringing in meals, right?
Yeah.
Volunteer for a day at a time, and I'm sure if they contact the warming center that they'll find something for you to do.
That's right. That's right, because we need community. Yeah. And our homeless guests need community. And so getting the community to come in has been very impactful. Yeah, so we would definitely invite people to get involved. And we appreciate for all the ways that you've been involved from day one to many years. And so you're welcome to come back anytime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to get my life in balance. And,
Okay. We'll be waiting.
All right.
Anything else that you would add to the conversation of the bench?
Well, I'm just so proud of what the warming center has done, and you're hanging in there and doing this. This is a great idea to talk and let people know that we want to talk to you. What a great visual. I'm sitting here waiting to have a conversation. I think that's what. If you have questions about the warming center, talk to Tonya, call someone here. I'm sure we can have a productive conversation.
That's right. It all starts with conversation. That's right. That's right. Thank you, Pastor Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you for being on the bench.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Oh.
Hello.
Thank you.
Marty Horn says hi. I was in Minneapolis.
Oh, are you?
This weekend at a board meeting.
Oh, well, they might have a bench out there. You need to pay attention to it. Okay. 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 Oh, yes. He is the new PAC team leader. Okay.
We do have showers. They're available from 6:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. Priority will be given to those who haven't had access to a shower recently. You must sign up for your shower and be prepared to enter the shower at your scheduled time. Every person is allotted 20 minutes total, and you'll be given a token. That token will give you 9 total minutes of water. It's a good idea if you have a phone timer to set that, and just be aware you don't want to get stuck without water. Guests are expected to clean up the shower after you're done using it. And we do have towels that are available for use. Please put them in the laundry and do not take them with you. Laundry services are also available from 6:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. One load per person. Make sure it's small. If it's not, it will get not properly cleaned. No washing blankets. We ask no sleeping bags, shoes. Should be your normal laundry set to speed wash, and your dryer should be set for normal. It's guest responsibility to make sure that laundry is being swapped. Staff and other guests and volunteers shouldn't have to remind you, so make sure you're staying on top of that. We offer mail services here. You're welcome to use the address to receive mail. Mail is checked on the weekdays. Guests are responsible for requesting their own mail. Mail is only available during our shelter hours, and after 30 days, mail will be returned. We ask that you do not harass staff or volunteers about the mail, or you might lose access to that service.
Level of care requirements. In order to be able to stay at the warming center, guests must be able to care for themselves independently. This means that if a concern arises, you may be asked to develop a health and safety plan to ensure your successful stay, or you may be asked to leave with a discharge plan. You must be able to walk and take care of yourself in that regard without assistance from staff, volunteers, or guests. You must be able to maintain a certain level of hygiene to support the health and safety at our center, and reasonable accommodations are also available. Inappropriate behavior. Inappropriate behavior will not be tolerated. This includes, but is not limited to, racial or sexual harassment, harassing behavior, and words, arguing, excessive swearing, aggressive posturing, stealing, or vandalism. Outside conflicts must remain outside of the warming center. Respect fellow guests, staff, and volunteers at all times. The warming center is a weapons-free zone. Weapons include, but are not limited to, knives, swords, spears, sticks, and staves, straight razors, mace, pepper spray, bear spray, stun guns, and tasers, throwing stars, nunchucks, metal or brass knuckles, martial arts weapons, slingshots, scissors, heavy flashlights, work tools, including hammers, screwdrivers, crowbars, box cutters, and etc., sports equipment, including golf clubs, baseball bats, etc., camping equipment like hatchets, tent spikes, jewelry, which include large metal crosses, studs, spikes, or protrusions, are allowed, but must be checked in. You've been given a lot of information. If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to ask any of the staff. It will also be posted so you can review, and please ask for your own copy if you would like to review it at any time.
No worries, no worries. I gotta run to the post office box
Okay.
and do some deposit stuff.
Okay, sounds good. And I think there is a check that you're going to want from in there. Okay, good. Very good. Yes. Yes. Are we good? Yay. Welcome to Conversations on a Bench. Glad to have you.
Glad to be here.
Yeah.
Glad to be here.
Let's have a seat.
All right.
Let me get you, this is going to actually be for you because I have the lapel mic. After so many hours.
I can imagine.
Yes.
I love the dedication, though. Absolutely.
Oh, thank you. You know what we're trying to do here is have conversations that's live streamed because we want to change the narrative around homelessness one conversation at a time. And so even if it's a hard conversation, it's important to have because when we have those conversations, we can come to solutions. Absolutely. So that's what we're doing. Why don't you introduce yourself? Talk about your position.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm Curtis Davis. I'm the new Kalispell PAC team lead. My background is in social work. So I've been in this field for about 8 to 10 years now. I'm very enthusiastic about joining the PAC team and kind of collaborating and networking with the community and helping, addressing the homelessness and those things. But yeah, just excited to be here and just like you said, have a conversation and trying to bridge that gap between the misunderstanding and the needs for this population. So
yeah, you have some experience with elderly population as well.
I do. I just moved here from New Jersey in January of 2024, and prior to that, I worked for the Ombudsman's office. I was an investigator for nursing home abuse and financial exploitation, but I also helped to work with a federal program, Money Follows the Person, which helps trying to identify the elder population in nursing homes that with resources and services and kind of like wraparound services can be successful returning to the community. So that was very rewarding, and I look forward to bringing that experience to this population with the PAC team.
And I think that is so, your experience with elderly, with aging population is so appropriate because people are aging. We're all aging as we go along, and we are seeing more and more elderly people enter homelessness. Do you have an idea as to why we're seeing more?
So, just from my experience and my understanding, I feel that this stage of life isn't really talked upon. It's more of a fire drill. Mom or dad is home, or grandmom is home alone. Everyone thinks she's doing okay. You talk to her on the phone once in a while, and then there's a fire drill. She falls or he falls, and then now they're in a nursing home, and now it's the actual situation of their living environment is kind of exploited because no one lives with that person. So that's that fall ending in short-term rehab turns into long-term therapy in and out of the hospital. And if there's no support there, they ended up either going into the nursing home or being unable to care for themselves, leading to homelessness. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but and like you said, we're in that era where everything's okay until it's not. So
that's true, very true. Mm-hmm. And you're entering into working with folks who have severe and disabling mental illness, mm-hmm. Co-occurring as well. And those things tend to go hand in hand a lot of times with homelessness. So we'll end up sharing clients, amongst us, and that takes a lot of collaboration.
Absolutely.
And I really appreciate the work that PACT does. And I want those that are listening or that will be listening in the future to better understand what services you provide. Would you describe that a little more?
Absolutely. So the PAC team stands for a Program Assertive Community Treatment. It's entail a wraparound service. One of the main criteria is, like you stated earlier, severe disabling mental illness, sometimes co-occurring as well. So with our services, that criteria is met. So we are able to help with medication management. We are to help with therapy. We are able to help with linkage in the community, going to services. We are also able to help with just having a provider on our team who can manage those medications to make sure that they're addressing and helping the symptoms. So with that wraparound service, our goal is to keep them out of the hospitals, the mental institutions, hospitals, inpatient rehabs, things like that. So, it's a very important service, and we look forward to helping as many people who fit that criteria as possible.
Yeah, it's so important, that wraparound care that you're talking about helps someone to navigate, maybe even not getting to the point of homelessness.
Exactly.
So that they can stay in their home with that support. It's so important. And I want all Warming Center guests to be packed.
Yes,
It's not possible, I get it, but the type of wraparound care is so important. That's what some people need to be able to move forward in life, or to be able to maintain stability so that they can move forward in life. All the way down to like medication management. Having someone on the team that helps with medication management is so important.
Yeah, and I feel that that's one of the key pieces. It's just being properly medicated and consistently medicated to address those that criteria of having that serious and disabling mental illness. A lot of times, it kind of goes hand in hand. If the mental illness part of the framework or the model isn't addressed, then it's going to be just an endless cycle, and in and out of inpatient or in and out of homelessness, and that's kind of what the PAC team stands for, just helping keep that stability and focusing on medication management and medication consistency and delivery. So
it plays with the person if they're on and off the medication. It plays with their brain, and it's so the stability of that is so important. But it's understandable to me, and what I always used to think about was antibiotics. We're told you need to take that antibiotic all the way through. But then you get to a point that you're starting to feel better, you may not take it all the way through. And I think that's what happens with a lot of our folks with their medication management. They start to feel better and not want to take that medication because it might have some side effects or whatever, and that makes it really hard. But with mental illness, you need to take your medication consistently, and sometimes that takes that wraparound support to make that happen.
And you hit it on the head. A lot of people take medication to feel better, and then once they start feeling better, they're like, oh, I don't need to take the medication. Yeah. And I think that's a very critical part of medication management with the mental illness population, because it's one of those things that doesn't go away most times. It's reoccurring. They feel good, they take the medication, it starts to work, they stop. Then they start having symptoms, side effects, or withdrawal at times, and that affects their mental status as well. So it's very important to be consistent and to have the appropriate medication to be able to help.
Well, I think we have PACT, and the Warming Center has a similar approach in that community is important. Mm-hmm. Helping your clients and our guests to feel a part of community can change everything, especially in homelessness. You don't just lose a house, you lose community. And if we can bring that back, or even the person that may be secluded in their home, getting them out to feel like they're a part of the community. And PAC does a really good job at doing that, getting them to feel a part of a community, and that's healthy.
That's part of our goal. Our goal is to be 75% with our clients in the community, helping them integrate back into the community, stay in the community, and be as self-sufficient as possible. Yeah. We're there as a support service and kind of help to start and frame that consistency. But our overall goal is, like you said, the community, and that's why I feel collaborating with the Warming Center and your staff and yourself is very important. It's very key for our success, and as a whole, in collaborating.
Yeah, our success of our overall community too. The collaboration is so important.
Absolutely.
Speaking of community, I've been asking everyone this one question. What change would you want to see made in our community?
I would like to see the ability for people to understand what resources and services are out there before it becomes a fire drill. Support services, you know, like.
When you say fire drill, do you mean an emergency?
Yes,
do you mean
emergency or
Yeah.
almost to the point of homelessness and, you know, those things. You know, a lot of times people don't know because they're not dealing with it. And by the time they are dealing with it, it's too late. You know, it's spiraled and escalated to the point where, like, I use the phrase fire drill because now everybody's scrambling, you know, where if people understand that, you know, there are these supports if you're experiencing, you know, like food insecurities or income insecurities, housing insecurities, those things. You know, it's important to understand what resources are available so then you can plan accordingly, you know, and, you know, because things happen, unfortunately, you know, with the economy and, you know, and the jobs and, but I think it's important for the community, one, to kind of stick together and help each other, but also make the services and resources more available, or at least known, so people know that, you know, there is help.
Sometimes you can get in early with prevention.
Exactly.
And that helps that individual more, and it helps our community more.
Absolutely. And that's key. And, you know, in Montana, it's a little colder than most states. So, you know, that time frame where the homelessness and, you know, the insecurities with food, housing, financial are more critical. You know, and just housing is a priority. Housing, if you're housing, you're able to possibly get a job. You're able to kind of, you know, start over. So I think it's important that the community comes together and makes those resources at least and services at least known and more available.
Yeah. How do you view hope in your work?
I view hope. So my motto is small steps, long journeys. You know, a lot of times people look to try to win the whole war, and most times the war is won through winning smaller battles that accumulate, that become consistent. So those things, so that's how I view hope. And be kind, be honest, be helpful, and focus on the present and what you can do in the moment, and then as you know, time goes on and consistency is built, then, you know, hopefully the overall future and goal becomes more promising.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Thank you.
That's really good. Any questions you have for me?
So what made you open up the warming center and dedicate so much, you know, time and, you know, just resources and help collaborate and fight for this population?
Yeah. Well, you know, I worked for the PAC team. I was on the PAC team for 10 years, and 2 years I went to Bozeman, and that's where I learned a low barrier model of shelter and how that can work, and how that can work safely. I moved back, and I got my job back at PAC and absolutely loved it, every bit of it. I am a firm believer in PAC services, but it was hard to help my clients who were sleeping in the snow. You can't. You really can't. And it kind of tugged on me that, wait a minute, I learned how to do this, and we need that type of service here in the community. But then I thought, no, too busy. You know, I had a younger son. He's a senior now, but no, I don't have time. But every single movie that I watched had a homeless person in the movie, and it just tugged on my heart. And so then I said, okay, I'm going to reach out to the other homeless services and say, we need low barrier here. Can you do it? Can we do it? And they were tired, you know, exhausted with what their model was, and totally understandable. So again, I waited, but it still tugged at my heart. It wasn't until I was Christmas shopping in 2018, and there was a man that I didn't know on the rack, and he had someone walk up to him and say, how's starting that low barrier shelter going? And I was like, what? You know, because that would have been heavy on my heart. Well, come to find out, he was on the board for feeding the Flathead. And after the meals in churches, he would have to sweep the pews because people were trying to find somewhere warm to stay that night. And so he had learned about low barrier shelter and had that on his heart. So he had put out on Facebook, I didn't know any of this, but he put out on Facebook, man, we need to do low barrier shelter. Oh, I think it just, okay, hold on just 1 second. It clicked off. He's going to do a little click. There we go. We're back on. I'll tell you what. Big things happen with technology, that's for sure. But you asked how we started, and literally it was that chance encounter. He had put out on Facebook, does anybody know how to do low barrier? I hear we need a low barrier shelter and want to see how we can make that happen in our community. Someone saw that and approached him at the same time that I was at the rack at Ross or TJ Maxx or something. And so we started to meet, and we knew we needed to do it right. So we built a board of directors and started with the policies and procedures that I knew before. We started in a church here, Christ Church Episcopal, with 20 beds in their basement. We got a lot of no's before we got one yes, that they gave us a shot. But that opened up the more opportunities. Then we were down on Liberty Street, the Faith Lutheran Church. We were in their gym for just 1 month while we bought this property. And this used to be a mechanic's garage that had garage doors down the side of it. And when we moved in, we had porta potties inside, vented outside, and a new heating system, but it very much smelled and looked and everything like a garage inside. But we were able to remodel as you see it today, and we are tonight opening for our 7th winter season. So time flies, it does, and we're not there yet. We're just getting started. It takes a while when you build something up that it doesn't all come together the very first year. You can just get a little better every year, and we're committed to doing that.
That's very exciting and just encouraging and greatly appreciated in the community. We look forward to collaborating with you and just helping our shared population and continuing to grow and continuing to educate and continuing to be consistent and helping this population with stability and wraparound services as well.
No one can do this work alone.
No, absolutely.
And so collaboration is so important. And I'm excited for you in your new role and leading that team and all the good things that team can do. And our community needs to hear more and more about the PAC team because it's a great thing.
I agree. The team that I work with, I mean, they're very dedicated, very knowledgeable, and just a great team. I'm really excited to work with them and continue to grow and help our client base.
Yeah, they're good people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good people.
Great people.
Good people can do great things.
I agree.
Well, thank you for having this conversation
Thank you so much
on the
for
bench for
having
me.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Look forward to seeing you around.
Absolutely. Me as well. All right. Take care now.
My name is Cindy.
My name is Devin J. Hansen.
My name's Jerome Amundsen.
Hi, my name is Mary Tyler.
My name is Danette Woods.
My name? Kevin Frank Foster.
My son suffers with mental illness. He got his diagnosis with schizophrenia when he was 18.
When I was younger, I got in an accident on a bike, which led to being prescribed pharmaceuticals, painkillers from the doctor, and that led to a pretty heavy addiction.
Being a woman in a domestic situation, a violent domestic situation, that was a nightmare. It really was.
I have struggled with a drug addiction. I overdosed twice.
Since before COVID, I've seen an uptick on homelessness, and one of those people is my son. Sorry. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar.
Out of the blue, after years of continuous residency, I was asked to leave. So I did, respectfully.
I never dreamed that I would be homeless.
He would sleep under bushes, just like an animal.
Unfortunately, when you're in survival mode, I mean, jail doesn't mean a whole lot. You gotta eat, you gotta stay warm.
I was just scared to death. Like, what do I do now?
You know, it was so bad that he would strip down to nothing except for pants, no shirt, no shoes, and run around in winter.
The warming center was that step up that I needed to where I could put things together and start doing job interviews and dressing a little better, showering.
Plus there was hot meals for us to eat. And I didn't have a lot of clothes either. So they would, give you clothes or shoes and toiletries and things that, that you needed, the basics. It means a lot when you don't have much. And it really does.
This is where they're at their lowest when they come here. And this is the time. I'm starting to cheer up thinking about it. This is the time that's the most important for them.
They offered every bit of help.
Tonya kind of spearheaded the whole thing. She's a warrior, and I know she started the meetings, and she's a hero as far as I'm concerned. This community has a hero in her.
Their hearts are huge. Their love for their fellow man is huge, and that's part of our purpose on this earth, is to help others. And it takes a village, and this is just a piece of it. Instead of going backwards and shutting things down, we need to go forward and build things up.
The warming center is changing lives.
Without the warming center, I don't know what I would have done.
My name is Cindy.
My name is Devin J. Hansen.
My name's Jerome Amundsen.
Hi, my name is Mary Tyler.
My name is Danette Woods.
My name, Kevin Frank Foster.
My son suffers with mental illness. He got his diagnosis with schizophrenia when he was 18.
When I was younger, I got in an accident on a bike, which led to being prescribed pharmaceuticals, painkillers from the doctor, and that led to a pretty heavy addiction.
Being a woman in a domestic situation, a violent domestic situation, that was a nightmare. It really was.
I have struggled with a drug addiction. I overdosed twice.
Since before COVID, I've seen an uptick on homelessness, and one of those people is my son. Sorry. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar.
Out of the blue, after years of continuous residency, I was asked to leave. So I did, respectfully.
I never dreamed that I would be homeless.
He would sleep under bushes, just like an animal.
And unfortunately, when you're in survival mode, I mean, jail doesn't mean a whole lot. You gotta eat, you gotta stay warm.
I was just scared to death. Like, what do I do now?
You know, it was so bad that he would strip down to nothing except for pants, no shirt, no shoes, and run around in winter.
The warming center was that step up that I needed to where I could put things together and start doing job interviews and dressing a little better, showering.
Plus there was hot meals for us to eat. And I didn't have a lot of clothes either. So they would, give you clothes or shoes and toiletries and things that, that you needed, the basics. It means a lot when you don't have much. And it really does.
This is where they're at their lowest when they come here. And this is the time. I'm starting to cheer up thinking about it. This is the time that's the most important for them.
They offered every bit of help.
Tonya kind of spearheaded the whole thing. She's a warrior, and I know she started the meetings, and she's a hero as far as I'm concerned. This community has a hero in her.
Their hearts are huge. Their love for their fellow man is huge, and that's part of our purpose on this earth, is to help others. And it takes a village, and this is just a piece of it.
Warming Center, and I want to say welcome. My name is Tonya, and I'm the director here at the Flathead Warming Center. You have just signed an occupancy agreement that's very important, and that's why we have this video, so that you can clearly understand the expectations to be able to stay here. We care about you and we want to help you, but it is your behavior that determines if you can stay or not. And that's what the occupancy agreement is all about. I started the Warming Center to be helpful to you. Our community pays for everything here at the Warming Center to be helpful to you. We need you to be helpful as well. And that's what the occupancy agreement is for you to understand all the ways that you can be helpful so that you can protect your stay with us. We expect you to be helpful. If you cause problems here or in the neighborhood or even in the community, you can lose your bed, which means you can't stay here at the Warming Center if you don't follow our occupancy agreement. If you are disruptive, if you are destructive, or disrespectful, not just here on the Warming Center property, but to our neighbors as well, you will lose our services. We fought very hard to keep the Warming Center open because there's some bad actors out there. If you are one of the bad actors, you cannot stay here. We take it very seriously. We ask that you do not loiter around the Warming Center or around the neighborhood. You cannot come early. You cannot stay late. This is very important for us to be able to keep our services open for everyone. If you come early, you lose your bed. It's that serious. So it's important that you pay attention to the time so that you can be here on time. If you are disruptive to any of our neighbors, that means the businesses or the homes around the warming center, you can't stay here. That's so important because remember, we fought to keep this place open, and we need you to be a part of the solution of what we're trying to do here. That's your job. Meet us at the table so that we can help you. Right now, we're going to go through the different parts of the occupancy agreement. Hope you'll really pay attention because we want you here.
All right, so check-in time. Guests can arrive here at 5:30. You'll notice the gate on the fence. You may enter the fenced area. We ask that you line up when you get inside the fence. It helps us when we go out to get names and to see how many people we have in line here to make sure that we don't overflow. Once you're in that gated area, you cannot leave. If you do leave the gated area, you will be asked to leave for the night, and you'd have to try again the next night. Please go back to your occupancy agreement and make sure you understand all those. This is a weapon-free zone. Those who carry pocket knives or other things, once you are getting checked in, you will have to check those in with staff. They will be locked up safely and given back to you when you're leaving. Remember, when you're bringing in things like that, though, it is the staff who are working who can determine what they feel is an inappropriate weapon and what is allowed. If you do bring in something that's inappropriate, you will not be allowed to stay that night. Any firearms of any sorts are not allowed on the property, period. And if they are brought on the property, that is a lifetime NRS from here. You will never be able to return. So be sure to not have them in your vehicle if you have a vehicle or on your person. Substances. We do not allow any sort of illegal drugs or even legal drugs such as marijuana on the property, nor can you have any paraphernalia. If you have prescription medications or over-the-counter drugs, you may bring those in. If you would like staff to lock up your prescription medication, please let them know, and we will take care of that for you. Other than that, you may keep them in your lockers, but that is something, if you do have prescription medications, it's a good idea to have them on you or locked in your locker so nobody else can get their hands on them. Smoking. We do allow smoking here inside the gated area outside. Please be respectful when you smoke. I know we've had a lot of times in the past where people are throwing their cigarette butts down on the ground. We don't want that. It makes the place look trashy, and we want to keep this clean and presentable to everybody and to be respectful for everybody. So please, if you do smoke, do not throw your cigarette butts on the ground. Smoking is allowed out in the area until 10 p.m. After 10 p.m., it's one person at a time is allowed to go out and smoke. So go out, smoke. Be mindful if there's other people waiting. Don't stay out there for a long time. All right. Belongings. You are allowed to bring personal belongings here, and this is something I'd want you to look at your occupancy agreement more into also. Remember, what you bring has to fit into our locker. There is a wooden box outside of the fence that is the size of the inside of our locker. If you're questioning how many belongings you have and if they're going to fit in your locker, please put them in that wooden box and see if they're going to fit. One thing we want to avoid is bringing excessive belongings. I mean, first of all, it's hard for you to carry all that stuff, but we just don't have the space to store it. And once you're assigned a locker and put all your belongings in there, know that you are responsible for them. If you do not lock your locker and something is taken, that is your responsibility. So please lock your locker. Staff will let you into your locker at any time you wish to. Any belongings left in your locker, if you're going to be taking a night out, once you get to 3 nights that you haven't been here, if there are belongings in your locker, they will be emptied out and disposed of. I don't want to throw away anybody's property. Nobody here wants to throw away anybody's property. But once again, we have to be respectful and mindful of the fact that we don't have a bunch of room here and other people may need that locker on those nights. So be sure to take your belongings with you when you leave, especially if you have important paperwork or documents. We don't want to throw anything away that you need. Bed bugs. We haven't had bed bugs for a couple years, but if you do feel like you've got bed bug bites or see something, please notify staff immediately. The sooner we know about it, the sooner we can deal with it so it doesn't become a problem that gets everybody. We don't want bed bugs in here, and we haven't. So good job, everybody, to this point. The bunk room. Once you are checked in, you will be assigned a bunk by a staff member in the back. That is the bunk you were to sleep in. If you're coming in as a couple, you can't go sit and hang out on the other person's bunk. You must only be on your bunk at all times. The bunk room is a quiet place for a lot of people. They've been on the streets all day. They're tired. They want to rest back there. So even during normal hours, please be respectful and mindful of your voices and how loud you are. At 9 o'clock, the lights do go off in the bunk room. Once those lights are off, it is quiet time. So once again, just be mindful that there's other people here, and think of the nights you're tired and you would like people to be a little bit more respectful. As I had mentioned before, quiet hours. Also, the day room. The kitchen closes at 9:30. That means you can't be out making any food, getting stuff out of the refrigerator. And at 10 o'clock, the lights do go out in the day room. So get the things you need done before that. It's not the time to spread out your belongings on the table and go through them after 10 o'clock. That is when it's just quiet time and time to wind down. If you're not tired and you want to sit out here quietly, we'll have places marked on some of the tables where a few people can sit. It's not the time to come out and converse and be loud. Once again, it's just being respectful of everybody here.
You drive here with a vehicle, we ask that you complete a vehicle agreement and let us know which vehicle is yours, and we'll make sure and get you a little pass to keep on your dash. That helps us know that all of the vehicles present are for our guests. We ask that there's no loitering in vehicles. Once you get here, be quick about getting your belongings and getting into line. And do not allow anyone else to sit in your vehicle or sleep in your vehicle. While it's on property. Vehicles are only allowed on property during shelter hours. So at 10 a.m., when we ask you to leave, you have to take your vehicle with you. Otherwise, it could be towed. And there is zero tolerance for any vehicle theft. We also allow bikes, and we have bike locks. We again ask that you register with us so that we know whose bikes are whose. You can keep it locked at the center during the day, but do know that while the shelter is not open, you won't have access to it. So it'll have to be locked until 5:30 that evening. Again, zero tolerance for bike theft. And we welcome our pets and animals. Service animals, emotional support animals, and pets are all permitted as long as you have a pet agreement completed. No more than one animal per guest, and we ask that guests do not get another animal. It's a barrier to finding housing, but for the pets you already have, they are welcome. They must be in your control at all times, and make sure that you're caring for them and picking up after them. We do have kitchen and refrigerator access. You're welcome to store your own belongings, up to 5 items per person. Please make sure.
This morning, and I very quickly slammed it shut.
Okay. I know.
Hey.
We open tonight, so
Yeah.
it's just perfect
Yeah,
as far as weather goes. Well, this goes to you, and you just click it on, and you'll hold it. Yeah, and welcome to Conversations on Events.
I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad you're here too. I will have you introduce yourself and tell our audience here what you do.
Excellent. I am Kristen Shepker. I'm the executive director at the Abbey Shelter, which is another local organization in our wonderful Flathead Valley community. At the Abbey Shelter, we serve survivors of intimate partner violence and sexual assault through a shelter program, as well as several other supportive programs to help folks get connected to support and resources as they are coming out of the trauma of violence and abuse.
Yeah, how does that relate with homelessness? Do those intersect?
There's a huge intersection between the work of our two programs, and I think our society doesn't really do a great job of kind of openly discussing homelessness or domestic violence. So there's certainly that connection. But as I don't need to tell you, domestic violence is one of the leading causes of homelessness, particularly for women. So the folks we serve at our shelter specifically are experiencing homelessness due to domestic violence directly.
What kind of services do you have there with Abbey Shelter? You do
Yeah.
a wide range of things.
It's true, and it's a really good question because a lot of folks think that we are just a shelter because it's literally in our name, the Abbey Shelter. Our shelter is, as I said, designed to provide safe housing for people who are fleeing from intimate partner violence situations. But in addition to that, our largest program in terms of the number of people it serves is actually our helpline, which is a 100% free, confidential hotline that people can call into over the phone to not only get connected to our services, but also ask questions about domestic violence. Help identify for themselves or for someone that they care about that they may be experiencing domestic violence, and to kind of learn what they might be able to do to find some support. So that's our largest program, again, in terms of the number of people who we serve. We also have a robust court advocacy, or sometimes called victim advocacy program, where folks who are kind of interfacing with the judicial system can get support. So that may look like someone needing help filling out the paperwork to request an order of protection. Sometimes people call those restraining orders. That may also mean helping folks get connected to resources like victims' compensation. If they are the victim of a crime, they may be eligible for some additional services that we can help them access. We also do mental health support. We have a counseling scholarship where folks can get free therapy. We run a support group, and we also do a ton of community outreach and education, which can include coming to have conversations with folks like you.
Conversations on a bench.
Yes, indeed.
Well, the idea behind Conversations on a Bench is to have different conversations, changing the narrative around homelessness one conversation at a time. It's so important
It is.
that we have even the hard conversations. And I would say that, you know, the majority of your work with domestic violence survivors and what they go through and homelessness are hard conversations to have.
Absolutely.
And so opening up those conversations is so important, because then we can come to solutions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't solve a problem that we don't know or don't think exists.
Very true.
And this is something we talk about as a team at the Abbey Shelter all the time. Our services can only benefit those who know that they exist.
Yeah.
So if we don't talk about the need, there's no way we can address a solution. And statistically speaking, we just know that an extraordinary number of people are impacted by domestic violence, and the same is true of homelessness. But if we don't talk about it, we can't do much about it.
Very true.
That's why, again, this type of opportunity to come talk with folks like you is so important, because there's a lot of work left for us to do around destigmatizing some of the challenges that our organizations are designed to help solve.
Talk about some of the stigma that you deal with in the role that you have in addictions, in mental health, and domestic violence and homelessness, how all of those things intersect. And
yeah, I think we know that, you know, statistically, and this is based on many, many years of research that consistently turns up the same results, around 1 in 4 women and 1 in, I believe the current statistics are 7 or 8 men, will experience or have experienced serious intimate partner-related violence in their lifetime. So if you think about, you know, 4 women or 7 men that you know, one of them has experienced or will experience some kind of violence. But do you know that? We don't talk about it. So it's really kind of hidden. And I think we're taught that what happens in the context of an intimate partnership should stay between the partners. If domestic violence is occurring, that's a family issue. That stays within the family. So in our culture, we're socialized not to talk about these things. So I think people feel, we encounter this a lot, especially working with women, there's a huge degree of shame. People feel deep shame when they realize that they are in an abusive relationship. And we don't like to talk about things that make us feel shame. So we see a huge part of our role in the community at the Abbey Shelter as having those hard conversations, as you said, to help kind of reduce some of the shame that people feel when they realize, like, oh my gosh, this is happening to so many other people. I'm not alone. This isn't just a me problem or a my family problem. Like, so many other people in our community, in our country, in our world are grappling with these challenges. And, you know, to speak of issues like mental health or kind of addiction, people who are going through violent abuse have to cope somehow. So some people lean on tools like alcohol, drugs. They may suffer from dangerous mental health impacts related to psychological trauma, to physical trauma. But again, if they don't know that they're not alone in using those tools or experiencing what they're going through, they're less likely to reach out for support.
Very true.
Yeah.
You know, I think one thing that we have in common with our jobs is not so much what people see, it's what they don't see.
Absolutely.
With homelessness, when there's crisis being played out in public spaces, happening more and more now, because there aren't the places for people to go to be well, people are seeing homelessness. They're not seeing the illness that the person is dealing with.
Yes.
And the same thing, I would guess, with your role is what people don't see. You know, they see the wife, the mother going out and, you know, at the grocery store, and they see the person that seems to be functioning, but they don't know what's happening behind the closed doors.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and humans are remarkably resilient. And especially when you believe either there's not something going on that's wrong or that you don't want other people to know what's going on, we're really good at digging deep and finding strength and showing up in ways that conceal what might be going on at a deeper level. And as you said, some of the greater challenges that our community is grappling with right now are making some of these hidden issues visible in a way that they haven't been before. Whether it's someone experiencing homelessness who's out on the street or out on the sidewalk, or someone who's really struggling with mental health but doesn't have anywhere to go to get treatment or support. So absolutely, some of these challenges that were kind of maybe tucked away into corners of our community in the past are becoming far more public now. And I think certainly your program, and to a lesser extent ours, are becoming more visible to the community in new ways because of that.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Yeah.
What I've been asking everyone that comes and has a conversation on the bench, what change do you want to see in our community?
We want people to understand what intimate partner violence is, that they are not alone in experiencing it, if that's maybe what's happening, or if they know someone else who is, and that we are here to support. I just had a conversation with an acquaintance the other day who said, "Oh, what do you do for work?" And I said, "I work at the Abbey Shelter." And she said, "Oh, is that a homeless shelter or an animal shelter?" And I said, "We're actually a shelter for people who've experienced domestic violence." And she said, "Oh, I wish I had known that that exists in our community. And she went on to tell a story about how someone she works with had been experiencing abuse in her partnership and ended up having to leave her job because the abuse became so severe. And this woman said, I wish I had known that you were here. She said, you're in the Flathead? I said, yeah, we serve the whole county. So we just want people to know that we're here. We want people to understand the kind of signs and symptoms of domestic violence so that they know that there are things we can do about it. We can help.
Yeah.
We're here and we can help.
Yeah. Education.
Yes.
We're really big we're going to take more steps into community education because there's so many misconceptions out there
Yes.
that they even turn into such lies.
Yes.
That we need to take just different angles to educate our community. And so that's an important initiative for the Warming Center that we're going to be working on.
Very similar for us. In the last year, we built a brand new outreach and education position specifically for that exact reason.
Yeah.
And
it
has already made an impact. We have already communicated with people who told us that they were able to identify that they were in an abusive relationship because of something they heard in a presentation that we facilitated, or they came across some educational materials that we produced and maybe shared at a community organization or even online on social media. A lot of younger folks are really connecting with content that they come across online. So again, back to that concept of needing to talk about what we do, because if we don't acknowledge that we're here and that these issues exist, we know we're not capturing everyone who might be able to benefit from what we offer.
Yeah. That's why conversations are important.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. We got to have those conversations. I had one of my coworkers recently said, I want people to get sick of hearing about us.
Oh,
and,
love that.
You know, I keep sharing that every opportunity I have because, again, thinking back to that story of the woman I just spoke to who may have been able to make a referral to us had she known that we were here. We just have to put the word out so folks know they're not alone and they can get support.
How do you view hope in your work?
Personally, I could not do what I do without hope. We hear so many stories on a daily basis about people who are experiencing horrific traumas. And without hope, it would be very easy to just give up and walk away. We have to believe that our efforts will result in us being able to help more people. And again, without that sense of a purpose and feeling like our work matters and has an impact, I don't think anyone on my team could continue to show up day after day and endure what we endure. And I know it's the same for you. Interacting with members of the public, hearing their backstories, how they got here, what factors led to them becoming unhoused. It's very challenging to hear those stories day in and day out.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not sure how, without hope, we would be able to keep showing up every day.
Yeah.
We have to hope that there's a brighter future ahead. But that's also tethered to the reality of understanding that it's not just going to happen. We're not just hoping that magically we wake up one day and the world is a better place.
Yeah.
We have to put in the work. But it's because we have hope that we can make our community better and safer that we continue to put in the work.
Yeah. Another thing I think our different jobs have in common is trauma.
Big time.
Big time, yeah. With it, homelessness, either it's happened before, homelessness, or if not, definitely during homelessness. It's very traumatic.
Yeah. I think the experience of being homeless is a trauma. And particularly when you're talking about chronic homelessness, that's chronic trauma. Very much the same for us in our work at the Abbey Shelter. Domestic violence is a major trauma. Sexual assault is a major trauma. We support folks who are dealing with, physical implications in their bodies because of the abuse they've endured. That can include brain injuries that impact the way their brains work and process and receive information, experience emotion. But that also includes significant psychological trauma, which is a big part of why we offer the mental health services that we do to help folks get connected to, professional counseling, to attend support groups, to kind of be in community with others with similar experiences. And for that reason, it's very important for our team to understand what it is to be a trauma-informed advocate and to understand how trauma impacts the way people are able to function in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very true. Same.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, or what would you like to talk about around homelessness? And
I would love to know how you all, I know you're preparing for your kind of reopening for the season.
Yeah.
How are you feeling as you head into this next season?
That happens today, so it's
Uh-huh.
World Homeless Day, so we open this evening. We're very excited. We have seen, more so than in the past, people decompensating without shelter. And that makes sense if you think about it. People need shelter. And we're seeing our folks come through the summertime really kind of decompensating without the shelter. And that doesn't have anything to do with cold weather or anything like that, where the winter shelter does, but we're ready. We're ready because that bit of stability that we're able to offer, structure and stability for folks here, they need to get that back in their lives, and we need to see if we can kind of wheel that back in. And we see progress being lost from winter to the next winter. And so just the needs there, the weather's turning, it's time. We just had staff training. We're really excited about that. We had great staff.
Awesome.
Great staff with staff training. And so that makes or breaks your season, so to speak.
Indeed.
And so we're excited. We're ready to get to our mission again. And one reason why I believe that we've continued to have good community support, even though the trials that we've been through and everything, is that our community sees that we continue to improve. We're never there. We're always going to take that next step and the next step to offer more services to benefit our entire community. And we're ready to do that again. Yeah.
What do you anticipate in terms of kind of demand for service? Do you expect similar to last year? I know it's unpredictable at a certain point, but.
Well, it's a little predictable in that our summer services we saw more people coming in for summer services than we had before. So like on a typical service day during warm weather, we were seeing 60 people come and go through services.
Wow.
We have 50 beds, and so that does concern us, that we're going to see greater numbers, I think.
Yeah, it's similar for us. We are definitely not serving fewer people.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm curious, too, how is your program funded?
Community funded. Yeah. We don't, nothing city, nothing county, nothing state, nothing federal. We are community funded. And this day and age, that's good.
Indeed.
But it's also, it speaks to the support that we have in our community. It's been amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We feel the same level of support from our community. It's pretty extraordinary. I think, those who know, like people who understand, they really get it. And because we are in both of our cases, we're kind of the only ones who do what we do in our community. I mean, with the Warming Center offering a very kind of night-to-night, low-barrier place for people to stay, with the Abbey Shelter being the only, real provider of services for the community that we serve. It can feel like a lot of pressure, but it's also, we were speaking of hope earlier. The support we get from our community is one of those things that uplifts us and helps us keep doing what we do. Because it reminds us that people see us and they care. I know we just kind of wound out Great Fish Community Challenge season.
I was just thinking that. And what we both have to be very proud about is the number of donors.
The number.
Yes.
Every time a gift comes in through a fundraising campaign like that, we see it as a reminder that people care about what we do.
Yeah.
And it's overwhelming to see the hundreds of gifts come in for both of us.
Yeah.
And I think that's so important.
And there's a lot of good nonprofits that they could have chosen to click the box.
Yes.
It's just like, well, they have some faith and confidence in us, and we don't want to let that down.
Yeah.
We don't. And no, we didn't raise the most money out of all the campaign, but when we're up there with the most individual donors, that means
it's
so
incredible
much to us.
Yes. Yeah, we're very excited for you guys.
We look forward to celebrating at the Great Fish celebration.
Yeah.
That will be really good. Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, I enjoy talking with you. I love you in this role. I love our partnerships.
Same.
And how we're going to continue to partner more and more is pretty exciting.
Yeah, I think probably folks don't realize how often we refer clients to each other's services. I mean, it happens almost on a daily basis. So thank you so much for the opportunity to come over and connect and keep on supporting one another.
Yeah. Good partnership.
Yeah.
And thank you for the conversation on the bench.
Thank you.
It wasn't so bad, huh?
Not at all. It was fantastic.
Even without sleep.
I know. Well, speaking for you.
Next time we'll put you early on, and then you can see the difference between sleep and no sleep.
Yeah, bring me as dawn is just arriving. I love a good sunrise.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Enjoy it. Have a good day and a good weekend.
You as well. Yeah. Stay warm before it gets freezing out there.
That's right. It's coming.
Thank you so much. Very cool.
Hello.
Any items that are past expiration date or 7 days since you put them in the fridge will be thrown away. We ask that you practice proper hygiene, wash your hands, use hand sanitizer before accessing anything in the kitchen area. That just keeps us all safe. We do have showers. They're available from 6:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. Priority will be given to those who haven't had access to a shower recently. You must sign up for your shower and be prepared to enter the shower at your scheduled time. Every person is allotted 20 minutes total, and you'll be given a token. That token will give you 9 total minutes of water. It's a good idea if you have a phone timer to set that, and just be aware you don't want to get stuck without water. Guests are expected to clean up the shower after you're done using it. And we do have towels that are available for use. Please put them in the laundry and do not take them with you. Laundry services are also available from 6:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. 1 load per person. Make sure it's small. If it's not, it will get not properly cleaned. No washing blankets. We ask no sleeping bags, shoes. Should be your normal laundry set to speed wash, and your dryer should be set for normal. It's guest responsibility to make sure that laundry is being swapped. Staff and other guests and volunteers shouldn't have to remind you, so make sure you're staying on top of that. We offer mail services here. You're welcome to use the address to receive mail. Mail is checked on the weekdays. Guests are responsible for requesting their own mail. Mail is only available during our shelter hours, and after 30 days, mail will be returned. We've asked that you do not harass staff or volunteers about the mail, or you might lose access to that service.
Level of care requirements. In order to be able to stay at the warming center, guests must be able to care for themselves independently. This means that if a concern arises, you may be asked to develop a health and safety plan to ensure your successful stay, or you may be asked to leave with a discharge plan. You must be able to walk and take care of yourself in that regard without assistance from staff, volunteers, or guests. You must be able to maintain a certain level of hygiene to support the health and safety at our center, and reasonable accommodations are also available. Inappropriate behavior. Inappropriate behavior will not be tolerated. This includes, but is not limited to, racial or sexual harassment, harassing behavior, and words arguing, excessive swearing, aggressive posturing, stealing, or vandalism. Outside conflicts must remain outside of the warming center. Respect fellow guests, staff, and volunteers at all times. The warming center is a weapons-free zone. Weapons include, but are not limited to, knives, swords, spears, sticks, and staves, straight razors, mace, pepper spray, bear spray, stun guns, and tasers, throwing stars, nunchucks, metal or brass knuckles, martial arts weapons, slingshots, scissors, heavy flashlights, work tools, including hammers, screwdrivers, crowbars, box cutters, and etc., sports equipment, including golf clubs, baseball bats, etc., camping equipment like hatchets, tent spikes, jewelry, which include large metal crosses, studs, spikes, or protrusions, are allowed, but must be checked in. You've been given a lot of information. If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to ask any of the staff. It will also be posted so you can review, and please ask for your own copy if you would like to review it at any time.
You are our guest here at the Warming Center, and I want to say welcome. My name is Tonya, and I'm the director here at the Flathead Warming Center. You have just signed an occupancy agreement that's very important, and that's why we have this video, so that you can clearly understand the expectations to be able to stay here. We care about you, and we want to help you, but it is your behavior that determines if you can stay or not. And that's what the occupancy agreement is all about. I started the Warming Center to be helpful to you. Our community pays for everything here at the Warming Center to be helpful to you. We need you to be helpful as well. And that's what the occupancy agreement is for you to understand all the ways that you can be helpful so that you can protect your stay with us. We expect you to be helpful. If you cause problems here or in the neighborhood or even in the community, you can lose your bed, which means you can't stay here at the Warming Center if you don't follow our occupancy agreement. If you are disruptive, if you are destructive, or disrespectful, not just here on the Warming Center property, but to our neighbors as well, you will lose our services. We fought very hard to keep the Warming Center open because there's some bad actors out there. If you are one of the bad actors, you cannot stay here. We take it very seriously. We ask that you do not loiter around the Warming Center or around the neighborhood. You cannot come early. You cannot stay late. This is very important for us to be able to keep our services open for everyone. If you come early, you lose your bed. It's that serious. So it's important that you pay attention to the time so that you can be here on time. If you are disruptive to any of our neighbors, that means the businesses or the homes around the Warming Center, you can't stay here. That's so important because remember, we fought to keep this place open, and we need you to be a part of the solution of what we're trying to do here. That's your job. Meet us at the table so that we can help you. Right now, we're going to go through the different parts of the occupancy agreement. Hope you'll really pay attention because we want you here.
All right, so check-in time. Guests can arrive here at 5:30. You'll notice the gate on the fence. You may enter the fenced area. We ask that you line up when you get inside the fence. It helps us when we go out to get names and to see how many people we have in line here to make sure that we don't overflow. Once you are in that gated area, you cannot leave. If you do leave the gated area, you will be asked to leave for the night, and you'd have to try again the next night. Please go back to your occupancy agreement and make sure you understand all those. This is a weapon-free zone. Those who carry pocket knives or other things, once you are getting checked in, you will have to check those in with staff. They will be locked.
For like, okay, good. I want to make sure you knew what.
Yeah. I'm going to stand over here just out of the fire.
Yeah. Hold that.
Okay.
Okay. He's starting that there.
I just can't stand by the fire.
That's all right.
Yeah.
That's how I've survived.
No, and bless you for doing that.
Well, hold on one second. Let me.
It's more of an electric one. It's not
Yeah, it's a gas one.
It's what?
Oh, no. No.
So, what are we doing?
Oh, I thought you knew you like, what the heck am I doing? I just wanted to drop off a donation.
Oh,
Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, thank you.
Donation.
Thank you. Okay. Well, what we've been doing, let me share with you what we've been doing. The last 24 hours, at 1 o'clock, we would have done conversations on the bench for 24 hours. So we've had people sit here and we've had conversations.
Good.
And it's been live streamed. And so I thought that maybe that's what you were doing.
Yeah.
But
I was aware of what you're doing.
Okay.
I just did not come to have the conversation.
Oh.
I thought I got to get here and do my drop-off
Yeah.
stuff.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate your donation.
And I appreciate you. And I appreciate what you're doing. And I appreciate you fighting the fight.
Thank
you.
you.
All of those things. So it's not easy, but 100% behind you, 100%.
Thank you. And thank you for supporting us. That's how, we're
No,
100% community supported.
Yeah.
And it's because we have a great community. We really do.
And you have some good conversations?
Yeah. Oh, we really have.
Good.
Yeah. Mayoral candidates have come and other services. So Good conversations. That's where solutions come from. It's good conversations.
Absolutely. Yeah, brainstorming.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I listen
thank
to
you.
you on KGE.
Oh,
when you're on there
thank you.
too, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, kiddo.
Thank you very much. All right. You want a receipt?
Don't. Well,
Okay.
you know what? I will. Because
Okay.
I can take that off.
Let us get your receipt.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, no, I'm just trying to get to go to bed. It's been a long.
My name is Cindy.
My name is Devin J. Hansen.
My name's Jerome Amundsen.
Oh, hi, my name is Mary Tyler.
My name is Danette Woods.
My name, Kevin Frank Foster.
My son suffers with mental illness. He got his diagnosis with schizophrenia when he was 18.
When I was younger, I got in an accident on a bike, which led to being prescribed pharmaceuticals, painkillers from the doctor, and that led to a pretty heavy addiction.
Being a woman in a domestic situation, a violent domestic situation, that was a nightmare. It really was.
I have struggled with a drug addiction. I overdosed twice.
Since before COVID, I've seen an uptick on homelessness, and one of those people is my son. Sorry. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar.
Out of the blue, after years of continuous residency, I was asked to leave. So I did, respectfully.
I never dreamed that I would be homeless.
He would sleep under bushes, just like an animal.
And unfortunately, when you're in survival mode, I mean, jail doesn't mean a whole lot. You gotta eat, you gotta stay warm.
I was just scared to death. Like, what do I do now?
You know, it was so bad that he would strip down to nothing except for pants, no shirt, no shoes, and run around in winter.
The warming center was that step up that I needed to where I could put things together and start doing job interviews and dressing a little better, showering.
Plus there was hot meals for us to eat. And I didn't have a lot of clothes either. So they would, give you clothes or shoes and toiletries and things that, that you needed, the basics. It means a lot when you don't have much. And it really does.
This is where they're at their lowest when they come here. And this is the time. I'm starting to cheer up thinking about it. This is the time that's the most important for them.
They offered every bit of help.
Tonya kind of spearheaded the whole thing. She's a warrior, and I know she started the meetings, and she's a hero as far as I'm concerned. This community has a hero in her.
Their hearts are huge. Their love for their fellow man is huge, and that's part of our purpose on this earth, is to help others. And it takes a village, and this is just a piece of it. Instead of going backwards and shutting things down, we need to go forward and build things up.
The Warming Center is changing lives.
Without the warming center, I don't know what I would have done.
My name is Cindy.
My name is Devin J. Hansen.
My name's Jerome Amundsen.
Hi, my name is Mary Tyler.
My name is Danette Woods.
My name, Kevin Frank Foster.
My son suffers with mental illness. He got his diagnosis with schizophrenia when he was 18.
When I was younger, I got in an accident on a bike, which led to being prescribed pharmaceuticals, painkillers from the doctor, and that led to a pretty heavy addiction.
Being a woman in a domestic situation, a violent domestic situation, that was a nightmare. It really was.
I have struggled with a drug addiction. I overdosed twice.
Since before COVID, I've seen an uptick on homelessness, and one of those people is my son. Sorry. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar.
Out of the blue, after years of continuous residency, I was asked to leave. So I did, respectfully.
I never dreamed that I would be homeless.
He would sleep under bushes, just like an animal.
And unfortunately, when you're in survival mode, I mean, jail doesn't mean a whole lot. You gotta eat, you gotta stay warm.
I was just scared to death. Like, what do I do now?
You know, it was so bad that he would strip down to nothing except for pants, no shirt, no shoes, and run around in winter.
The warming center was that step up that I needed to where I could put things together and start doing job interviews and dressing a little better, showering.
Plus there was hot meals for us to eat. And I didn't have a lot of clothes either, so they would, give you clothes or shoes and toiletries and things that, that you needed, the basics. It means a lot when you don't have much, and it really does.
This is where they're at their lowest when they come here. And this is the time. I'm starting to cheer up thinking about it. This is the time that's the most important for them.
They offered every bit of help.
Tonya kind of spearheaded the whole thing. She's a warrior, and I know she started the meetings, and she's a hero as far as I'm concerned. This community has a hero in her.
Their hearts are huge. Their love for their fellow man is huge, and that's part of our purpose on this earth, is to help others. And it takes a village, and this is just a piece of it. Instead of going backwards and shutting things down, we need to go forward and build things up.
The warming center is changing lives.
Without the warming center, I don't know what I would have done.
My name is Cindy.
My name is Devin J. Hansen.
My name's Jerome Amundsen.
Hi, my name is Mary Tyler.
My name is Danette Woods.
My name, Kevin Frank Foster.
My son suffers with mental illness. He got his diagnosis with schizophrenia when he was
It was a long night.
Yeah, I thought about you last night. I was like, wow, still out there.
Did you say we're good? All right. So I'm just going to turn that on, and you'll hold it pretty close. And welcome to Conversations on a Bench.
Hi, Tonya.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, let's see. What time is it now? We are almost 24 hours into it.
Yeah.
Yes.
You are a trooper. You were out all night. I was thinking about you.
It was great. But I got to tell you, I'm excited about our conversation. And I want to tell you why we're doing this, and then I want to hear your story.
Okay.
Conversations want to change the narrative around homelessness.
Sure.
Conversation at a time. When we better understand homelessness and the things that go with it, addiction, our mental health, when we understand all of that and we have those sometimes hard conversations, that's when we can come to solutions.
Yeah.
So we want to change the narrative around homelessness one conversation at a time.
Knowledge is power.
That's right. So thank you for joining us here on the bench.
Yeah,
and
I'm happy to be
I'm
here.
excited because I want to hear your story. There's certain stories that touch my heart and move my soul, and those are success stories, and you are one of those.
Yeah. It's been a long journey.
Uh-oh. Here we're getting all emotional, and you...
Is it all void?
Okay, so we're starting right now? Welcome to Conversations on a Bench.
Hi.
Take two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, and I want to explain what we're doing here because I am super excited about this conversation. We want to change the narrative around homelessness one conversation at a time. When we have sometimes those hard conversations that include addiction, homelessness, mental illness, when we can have those hard conversations, we can come to solutions.
Yeah.
They're important conversations to have, but also the conversations of hope.
Yeah.
And hearing someone's story, and especially a story that is in success, it makes my heart happy and it moves my soul. So I am excited to hear your story and share with whatever you're comfortable sharing. I want to hear, and I want our folks to hear a success story.
Yeah, well, because oftentimes people don't know the story behind the person, and it's easy to do those snap judgments and not really understand what brought a person to where they are. And, I was no exception. I used to be that person with the snap judgments, and it took God humbling me completely, and it changed my life. My story was addiction. Addiction kind of, sent me on a really bad path, and it sent me on a path starting at age 12. I was doing fine, and when I turned 12, I started getting depressed, and I don't know why, but unfortunately, I had a friend who his parents were using drugs, and they were giving it to us. And it sent me down a very unique life course. And since age 12, I used pretty much all drugs until I turned 40. And I was a functional addict for a lot of years, but that was kind of my cure-all for everything. When you're 12, you don't have many coping skills. And when an adult hands you drugs, it seems, you trust adults and they give you drugs. And suddenly I had my first coping skill, and it was kind of a cure-all. And so I just ran with that and kept doing that until it didn't work anymore. And towards the end, I just kind of, you start trading one thing for another. It's not all at once. You just trade one thing for another. It's one step at a time. Nobody becomes homeless overnight. Small little decisions that don't seem like they're that big a deal start affecting in a bigger and bigger way. And it snowballs into something that's turns into something pretty serious. So when I turned 40, I had been married for almost 18 years. And in the month of October of 2023, I lost my wife. I treated my family bad, and that's regrets that I still have to live with, but I've learned to accept it. But it was to the point where family just kind of gave up a little bit, and it wasn't that they hated me in any way. They just kind of couldn't be hurt anymore. And so in the month of October of 2023, I lost my wife, my mom and son. It was like a tough love that they did. And I ended up going homeless. And it was a lot, and I couldn't really process it. And that's when my drug use kind of turned into like a destructive, like almost a suicidal path, unfortunately. But I was homeless for, I would say, about 6 months. And I kept to myself. I didn't talk to anyone. I was really depressed, crying all the time. Like it was hard. Like I felt like the community didn't, it was at a bad time in our community to be homeless. And excuse me. There were misconceptions at the time. That's when that letter got sent out, and people were starting to view homeless as like a lifestyle choice. And in a sense, for me, my choices got me there, but I never, that was never my idea of an end game. And so I was living outside for probably 6 months, and I hadn't had any love from anybody. And I was pretty down, pretty broken. And one day, I worked up the courage to come to the warming center here. And I was so glad when I did, because when I walked through the doors, it was the first time someone gave me any dignity. It was beautiful. Like, it brought tears to my eyes. It changed my life. Like, just having someone care about what I was going through. It was incredible. And, my addiction continued on because I was deep into it. I was fully addicted. I needed treatment to get clean. And the warming center helped me advocate for those things. It helped me a lot. There was information that I got from here, a lot of resources that I got to use in the roadmaps that we do. And I went to Cedar Creek, and I signed up for inpatient treatment. And because I was using fentanyl, I couldn't go to RCM with it in my system. So they were thinking about denying me. And I just told the guy, like, look, I'm at the end of my road. And if I don't get into treatment, I don't know if I'll make it. And so they took me to Pathways for like a detox thing. And then they let me into into RCM. And I completed that. And when I got out, I signed up for outpatient treatment. And I graduated that. I got a sponsor. I started going to groups. And I don't know, I still felt really depressed, because for me, quitting drugs was just the beginning of my journey. That was step one. I needed to replace that void that I had with something. And for me, I found God, and I started going to church, and I got baptized, started doing Bible studies, and it filled me up. I finally had like such a good, positive thing that filled me up. And since then, I'm a year clean, and life couldn't be better now. I have I work here now. It's beautiful. I have my own place. I still have steps I have to do. Like, I still have to get my license, and there's a couple of things that a couple of roads or bridges I have to cross. But I repaired the relationships with my family, which was huge. Like, I felt really bad for, I'm a father of 2 sons, and they're like, one's in his 20s and one's 19, and it weighed heavy on me that I wasn't present all the time for them and couldn't be the dad that I wanted to. But I was given another chance, because on the path I was going, I wasn't going to make it much longer. And now all I want to do is I just want to be that person that the staff at the warming center was for me. I want to be that for somebody. I want to give dignity where sometimes people don't get dignity. I mean, that it's the small things in life that really mean the most. Like, just caring, like having someone who actually cares. And like, who would have thought after all those years of drug use, I care. And I really care about people now. And it's just been a really beautiful journey. I was mad at myself for a long time for what I had done, but it led me to where I am today, and I'm super proud of where I am today. And it gave me a lot of unique life experience that I wouldn't have had otherwise. And I did lose a lot of things, but I gained so much more. And I'm so grateful for that.
I love your story.
Thanks.
I love that it ends with gratitude.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love what you said about a void.
Yeah.
That's how most of us are. We are trying to fill the void. We all have void in our life.
Yeah.
But you found the answer.
Yeah. Yeah. And it impacted me so much. Like, I always felt like I had faith, but it changed so much. I mean, before, in my active use, it was selfish prayers. If you do this for me, then I will do this. And that's not proper walk with God for me. Now I have so much gratitude, and I just pray for everybody's success and everybody's health and safety. And I pray for guidance all the time. Like, guidance, I need guidance. Like, it was my best decision making that got me where I was. So I need a higher power that guides me. And so far, I have not been let down.
So sobriety is a lot of work.
It is.
What's the hardest part?
The hardest part for me was feeling again, because I used drugs to cover up feeling. Like, that was my coping mechanism. And when I took that away, I never gained any coping skills. So I didn't know how to cope with anything. And so feeling again was really hard. Like, it made me want to jump back to what I was doing. And also being exposed, because all I ever knew was other people that were using. And so there were those bridges I had to cross where I had to put those boundaries. Boundaries are key. You have to set boundaries to stay sober. But it really is worth it. It's a lot of work. And sometimes it feels like there's no hope left. And it feels like such a big decision. It's scary, and you don't want to make that first step. But once you do, you realize it's possible, and there's always hope. You're never too far gone. There's always hope, and you can always fix whatever you've done. Yeah. As long as you're breathing, you still got the options.
Yeah.
So
God still has a plan for you as long as you're breathing.
Yeah, and that's the greatest thing. I've lived so long without feeling like I had purpose. finally feel like I have purpose and something to offer the world, and it's beautiful. It's really beautiful.
What do you think? What's your goal? What's your next goal?
Wow, I have so many of them. I really want to, I've incurred some debts. I want to take care of those. I really just want to live in a loving house, have a really solid relationship with my family, and find a significant other that's, and I feel like I have. I currently with someone, and it's really good. Like everything is really good right now.
Supportive relationship.
Really supportive, and it's
going
just,
in the same direction.
I've never had a relationship sober, and these are all new things for me, and it's a beautiful journey, like to actually be able to feel, and I feel so grateful to have everything I have today, and I guess my goal is just to be better than yesterday every single day. That's another thing. I was comparing my recovery to others people's recovery. That's a big no-no. Always compare yourself only to yourself and better yourself each day. That makes a huge difference, because nobody's recovery is the same. Nobody takes the same paths. Not one recovery works for everyone.
What ongoing support do you have? What are your tools?
I go to Narcotics Anonymous. I have a sponsor. I work the 12-step program. I go to church twice a week. I do Bible studies. Honestly, Bible studies is like huge. I reading the Bible, I've always tried to read it before, and I started at Genesis and then was like, no.
Yeah.
But I started at the Gospels, and I'm in the book of Luke right now, and I'm taking notes and really embodying what I'm reading, and that has changed me the most. And I surround myself with supportive people. They say change person, place, and things, and lots of people in NA said, show me who your friends are and I'll show you what kind of man you are. And it's really good to surround yourself with supportive people. People in NA are like-minded, and we are all striving for the same goal. And, some people struggle worse than others, and some people don't make it as long. But it's just one of those things that really helps me. You can kind of share your wins, share struggles, and people are really supportive. I would say the people I surround myself with is my support group, and that helps me a lot.
We're not going to end yet, but I'm going to want to end on something very positive, but right now I want to ask you about the misconceptions, the lies, the myths, the stereotypes about homelessness, about addiction.
Yeah. For homelessness, the misconceptions, I feel like it's looked at oftentimes, not with everybody. I mean, I can't lump a whole group together, but there are certain people that see it as a lifestyle. And that couldn't be further from the truth. That the homeless are lazy. I'll tell you what, while I was homeless, I worked every shift that I was given the opportunity to work. And it's hard. You walk everywhere. And you can't stay in town safely. Like, you have to try to find outskirts. So to get into town, you have to walk. I mean, you're always doing something. And to get one thing done in a day is a win. I mean, it's hard to get into town and make an appointment for something or fill out paperwork. I mean, you feel, I don't know, it's really hard. And it's so far from lazy. There is a lot of work that goes into it, and nobody wants to be homeless in Montana. I mean, anyone who thinks that is out of their mind. Montana is not a good homeless place. I mean, a place to be homeless because it gets cold.
Yeah.
And I have experienced that. I have slept outside when it was cold, and it's scary. It really is scary. And especially when I felt the shift of the community after that letter was done. I don't know who wrote the letter, but yeah, as soon as the community just had this shift where it felt like, I don't know, like you were just doing something wrong by being homeless. And that broke my heart a lot because I was born and raised here. I didn't come from somewhere else. I was born here. Yeah. And that was the first time I'd ever been homeless. And like, it all came so suddenly, and I just felt rejected really fast. And, you know, it could have just been circumstantial, the people that I came across. I don't know, but it was hard. It was hard. That's why places like the Warming Center are so important, because people just need to feel safe sometimes. People just need to, like, feel like they're not going to be kicked out of somewhere just for being there. I mean, we're all people.
Yeah.
All of us. It doesn't matter where you came from, where you are in life today. We're all people, and we all want the same things, the same human needs. You know, And with addiction, I have heard so many times, well, why don't you just quit? Well, that's easy to say, but you know, I never wanted to be addicted to the things I was addicted to, but there was a physical addiction that would make me sick after I had done that. And it's one step at a time. Like, you know, years before I was using the drugs I would have if someone told me I would have been using those later in life, I'd have been like, you're crazy. But, you know, things happen, and one step at a time, you just start falling into the wrong direction. And, you know, I hold myself accountable for it all, but like, lots of things are circumstantial. Like, you know, some people just don't know how to deal with certain loss and certain emotions, and that is one way that lots of people turn to cope, and that's what I did. And, you know, it was unhealthy, but it gave me a lot of insight. It humbled me completely to the community. Like, any misconceptions I ever had are gone now. You know, I lived it now, so I know it's scary.
Yeah. What about misconceptions or lies about the Warming Center? You have been a guest, you have been staff.
Boy.
You have been on both sides.
Yeah, that we're enabling, and that we're like a resort. We are the last option for people. And, you know, we do offer that certain type of love that humans should just give to other humans, that you shouldn't have to earn. So, I mean, that is a part of what the Warming Center is, and that's what makes it so beautiful. But we are by no means like shipping people here from other places to bring them to the old Warming Center resort. I mean, that's and, you know, from what I've seen, it's got to be like the high 90% of people that stay here are local. You know, it's not a bunch of people coming. I mean, sure, people come from other places, and they usually didn't come here on purpose. Car broke down, or they got stranded, or whatever reason. But they didn't come here on purpose to stay in Kalispell because they heard the Warming Center. Well, they got them. You know, there's only a certain amount of beds, and you know, it means that some people still are going to be cold, and that I wish there was more help in Kalispell.
Yeah. That leads to the next question is, I asked everyone on the bench kind of the similar question. What change do you want to see in our community?
Oh boy, I would just love to see more love in the community, like in any way, shape, or form. Just love your fellow humans. You know, we're all people. You can put differences and labels on whoever you want, but at the end of the day, we were all born. We're all going to die. We all bleed. We all breathe, and treat people like that, because when somebody's hurting, that's not the time to show them that they're doing something wrong. I mean, that's sad. But like, as for like resources, I would really like to see more options, like to help people get into recovery, or help people like offer more help for mental illness, and like, you know, all the vital necessities that we need. Like, I think those are necessities at this point. It really helps guide people, and I think that's something that we need, because oftentimes, people don't have that resource, and so they end up here, and they don't know where to go or what to do because nobody's there to help. I would like to see more services that just help people however people need to be helped.
Okay. So I'm very proud of you for peer support.
Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
I look forward to seeing what you can do with that, because I think you're ready.
Yeah.
So
I'm really excited.
Tell us about that.
That was awesome. I had never actually heard of a peer support program until I went into the fact that there's a service that uses people in recovery to help people in recovery, or help people that need help getting into recovery, just to like be a peer instead of a therapist, or like push an agenda. It's to help them in their own way find recovery, what steps they want to take. It empowers people to make their own decisions instead of pushing an agenda of this is how you should do it. And it's not just about addiction. Recovery, I learned, is for many things. Trauma, mental illness, injuries. There's a lot of different forms of recovery. And to have that service is a huge asset, I believe. And I was so blown away that I got a 92% on the test. I was like, yes.
You killed it. That's
I was
awesome.
really excited that I did that.
Yeah.
That was a big accomplishment for me.
I can see lots of things coming together for you at just the right time.
Yeah, so many good things.
You just keep doing the work, and you keep on that right path. And
yeah,
I'm excited for your future.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's been a long time since I saw a future, or a good one. It's looking pretty bright.
It is. And I'm super happy for you. Keep it up. Happy that you're going to be staff.
Yeah,
again,
me too.
that you're returning as staff, and that starts tonight.
What is so good about that, I can see the importance of the role that I will play as staff here, and I don't take that lightly. It is a very important position, and I'm so excited to be a part of the team.
Well, we're happy to have you on the team, and hope you have a good season here.
Yeah, me too. I will.
And if you need support, or you need help, you let us know.
Okay.
Okay, but know that we're all got your back, and we're very proud of you.
I know that. You guys have had my back for a long time.
Yeah. Very proud of you.
Thanks.
Yay. Thank you for having a conversation on the bench. You did
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Bye.
Huh? I just texted. Talking to the officers or whatever. It what? Oh, okay. Oh, but we got him, huh? Oh, good. His is good. Very proud of him.
Man, I couldn't stop listening. It's like I told you. Had a little different.
Yeah.
Start.
Hey. This is a favorite conversation here, a good way to end.
You are a trooper.
Oh my gosh, I'm tired. I'm too old for this. Yeah.
How you hold?
Oh, I'm tired.
Yeah.
Well, the
Almost
thing is, it's not like I just woke up and started. I was awake since 7 a.m. and then started at 1 and then about to be done. And you're very last. Very last. Very excited about that.
Go home. Take a nap.
Yeah, no, we're going to be hopping in a car and going to Helena for football.
Oh, well, hopefully you can take a nap.
Yeah, I'll be sleeping while he's driving. Yeah, and we're tonight's opening night, 7th season. We'll talk about that in a second. But to have a good staff that I can go to the football game is amazing. We have a really good staff. We do. Are you ready?
I want to flip through and talk about all the people.
Oh, maybe, yeah. That'd be a good way to end. Luke Heffernan, welcome to Conversations on a Bench. Just the way I wanted to end it with our story.
It's a special one. Yeah, I feel like it's one of those stories for me, like with the providence of God, and just being able to be a part of something that God's heart is really close to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, we said from the beginning that God's heart is very close to these people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it is.
And we've seen it time and time again.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I've been up almost 24 hours, so that adds to the emotion. So I need you to carry it. I want you to tell our story. It's a favorite story, and it's the story of the Warming Center and of God moving.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Man, it's really humbling to be here right now and be a part of it, because it really is, like we were saying, undeniably the hand of God, and being able to be a part of something that is all God, completely. I believe God put this together, brought us together, and that's the story. This all started, I was raised in a home where we did Feeding the Flathead, which is a homeless soup kitchen. Just a really cool thing. Growing up, we would always have dinners for the homeless, and that was instilled at a young age, you know. And I think it was doing that actually that I saw the need.
Oh, hold on a second, yeah?
I just wanted to thank you for what you do for the community.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for what you do. You brought in donations and...
Well, it's a village. It takes a village,
It does. We couldn't do it without you, too, so thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
We're grateful that you have this for people.
Thank you. Thanks for telling us that and stopping in. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, so just being able to really see the need, I think that's where, for me personally, helping out with Feeding the Flathead and doing a walkthrough through the church, actually the church that we started the shelter in, the Episcopal Church on the east side of town there. We would do a sweep of the church, and there would be people hiding out under the pews or hiding somewhere to be able to stay warm in the church because they didn't have anywhere to go. And so I would either take them to the hospital, or I'd take them to the post office or the police station lobby. Most of the time they'd end up at the police station lobby. We tried to get them into other shelters in the area, which are great, but there would be things that would keep them from being able to get in, and a lot of that just had to do with how much they could hold. They were at max capacity. And so really just seeing the need, seeing there was, what was there, Tonya, 11 people any given time at the police station lobby that were not able to sleep laying down. They were sleeping sitting up. And it's really seeing that there was, at any given time, 9 or 11 people that didn't have anywhere to go. And we knew there was more than that. That's just what we could see. Also, that year, the year before that, 2 people died in the Walmart parking lot from freezing to death. And so this was really like a life-saving thing. And I felt like I just needed to be obedient to God and at least take the step. Like for me, it was a big step just putting something out on Facebook and Instagram and my social media, just because like I was kind of putting a line in the sand, like, hey, if I say this, I'm going to do something about it. I don't want to just say it, but I was asking for help, and if anybody knew, sharing about the need and what I just said, that there was people staying in the police station lobby and we didn't have anywhere for them to go. And so I think it was at that point just sharing that and got some good feedback from it. But I had a friend that saw the post, and it was a week later after that, which actually I do want to share that I had actually called. You worked at the Bozeman Warming Center. I had actually called the Bozeman Warming Center, which is a low barrier shelter, which was the same structure and model that we wanted to start here. And I knew that, so I called them. I had my little notebook out, and I asked for the director, and I was taking notes on how they got started, what their procedures were. I had no idea. I am a building contractor, so I have no idea when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Well, that was the ideal model and structure for a low barrier shelter in the state at the time. I called and I got a younger guy who was pretty new. You weren't working there anymore. You had actually moved back to the area. And I met you at TJ Maxx, Christmas shopping. My friend was talking to me about the post that I had shared, and I was explaining to him what a low barrier shelter was and why we needed one, and the different ways that it would be a huge asset to the community, and really just giving people a place to go that didn't have anywhere to go. You overheard our conversation, and you were, and still are, I believe, the most capable, perfect person for the job in the state. And you were who I was calling for to get the advice from. And now you're in charge of the warming center here in Kalispell. And that was totally God ordained.
It wasn't an accident.
It wasn't an accident at all.
Yeah.
That my friend asked me about it, and that you overheard our conversation, and you were like, well, actually, I know a lot about low barrier shelters. Yeah. And I think it was before Christmas. We set up a time to get coffee after Christmas, and we met every week on Monday and just kind of made a list of different things that we had to do that particular week, and slowly started the nonprofit and what is now the Flathead Warming Center. And there's been so many different people that have been a part of it, that God's brought in at different times, that are still a part of it, that it's just, there's so many stories about all the different people that have taken part and been a part of it. It's been the whole community, really.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool to see what God's done.
It's been an amazing journey.
Yeah.
Took us to places that we never thought we'd be, and our things we never thought we'd be doing, but God was with there every step of the way and providing every step of the way.
Yep.
And it's amazing when you think we're tonight opening for our 7th winter season. 7 winters.
Wow.
From that very first winter. It's amazing. Where did the time go?
Time flies.
Yeah. All except for the last year, but
That's
for
fair.
sure. Yep. And it's amazing when, just you look around. This was a mechanic's garage, and it's remodeled now, and it has the things that people need in it. It has showers and laundry, and it's just amazing what God has done. And we're just getting started. Yeah, just getting started. So I've asked everyone on the bench about this. You've just said my favorite story, but tell me this. What would you want to be changed in our community?
Yeah. Wow, that's a good one, Tonya. I think that our perspectives of homelessness, I think what, for me with homelessness, and it hasn't always been this way, but I've learned a lot more from conversations with homeless people about myself than about them. And how we treat homeless people really does say a lot about who we are.
Yeah.
They're, like we said earlier, near and dear to God's heart. Just loving somebody that doesn't have anything to offer you monetarily or like in any way other than, and spiritually, I've found a lot more to offer you. I've had some of the best conversations, real conversations, deep, honest conversations with people that are in their toughest time in life and don't have anything, but have so much love to offer. And so I think just that perspective, I hope it's not cliche, but that really just listen to somebody, listen to their story, get to know them, don't judge them with a preconceived idea that they just need to get a job when if you hear their story and you understand some of the mental struggles that they're having, whatever the struggles are, I think you will, if nothing else, definitely have more of an understanding, and you'll be blown away by some of the amazing people that we have in our community that are homeless, that are just somebody that gets ignored on any given day. They're just walking down the street and for somebody to take the time to say hi to them, they have the time and they'll say hi to you and they'll talk to you about life. But I know, unfortunately, in our community, there's times where people aren't met with a friendly smile, and that's too bad. I'd like to see that change. Obviously, I also think that we have a lot of really good support for the homeless community here, and that's been really encouraging to see.
Yeah, all the donations walking in today and every day, it can be overwhelming, but it's such a blessing.
Yep.
Absolutely right.
But I'm one of those, I guess, like when it comes to people that have a negative perspective of it, I do care about their perspective, and I would I know you're the same way. I'd love to be able to talk to them and share our heart and our story and the conviction behind it, and the truth. The truth about what we're doing and who we serve and how we do that. People walk through here and see what we do, and there's so many. No scenario is a black and white scenario. There's a lot of gray stuff, but I'm always so impressed with how you handle things and how our staff has handled things, and that there's always this. I'm sure it's been said by so many people, but just the idea of dignity is huge for everybody that comes through here. Just the fact that they are met with a spirit of, you matter, we care about you. It's life-giving.
Yeah.
It really is.
It is.
And I think it's really important that people know just how important they are to God and to us in this community.
I've been really impressed with our support, even though the great trials that we've been through, because I think that the support continues because they see us as an organization that keeps getting better. We didn't start out day one where we're at right now to be able to offer the different things that we've been able to offer. And we just keep getting better, and I think our community respects that, and we're never there. We're not going to be done, and we're going to be better this season than we were last, and we'll be even better 2 years from now than we are today. And
I love that.
Yeah, I love that too. Well, it has been quite a 24 hours.
You are a trooper,
we started a little late because we took on a big ordeal when you think about all this technology, but it got pulled together. So we started with Adam Pittman. He's the one that's done our videos.
Yes.
And so he was able to really talk about what he saw when he was here and what he learned about our services. But the real thing that I love that he spoke about is how he ran into someone he went to high school with that was a guest here. And he's helped that person through a relationship. And now this guy that he went to high school with is in Missoula going to U of M for social work and is in his second semester. Yeah, that was really a cool story to hear. And then Sean and Britta came on and talked a little bit about what they do through resources, through case management, and our dream of transportation and how we can link people up to the necessary appointments that they need. And then we had sweet Chuck Warehouser come in.
Oh, nice.
He and his wife sat here, and wow, that was incredible. And they are so supportive of our mission. And it was just good to hear him about how his faith leads in how he is to treat, how we are to treat the homeless. And Chuck Warehouser is such a blessing, has become such a good friend. And then we had Phil Wilson come in from Canvas, and that was wonderful. We had some real good talks and how they're praying for us and how they want to partner more with us, and that as a good fellowship there. And then we had Dave McLean with Ray of Hope. That was a good conversation, and we talked a little bit about how we love people and how we're called to love people. And he pulled out King James Version and read from that. He had a Bible study from that, but we found some similarities. He had that, and we have how we just want to love people so differently and shine a light that's so different. And his verse talked about shining, and he was explaining why he got into Ray of Hope, into that ministry. Then we had a few of our staff members, because we just finished up with staff training. And we had a few staff members come in and just sit at the bench just real quick to talk about how excited they are for the season. Then we had Dr. Bob Sherrick, which is Julie Sherrick's husband, and he is in addiction and recovery treatment, a medical doctor helping with medical treatments. And we talked a little bit about misconceptions of recovery. And then Barb, the bag lady, she's the lady who gives us these sleeping bags.
Did you use that last night?
I did, yeah. And this, I'm sitting on the bottom of the sleeping bag, and then this is the top of the sleeping bag. But she talked about her ministry, and that was really cool to learn about the difference that she's making in our community with that. Then we had James Pike, and Sean sat with James Pike. James is the new crisis co-responder team leader, and he talked about the work that they're doing with crisis in the community and our partnership here, how they're coming into the Warming Center to build relationships and to work with people who were in crisis. Nate Small. Nate was here talking about his story and about how the many nights we were worried about him, that he was going to die on the streets. And Nate has just an incredible testimony now. He just went through peer support training, and that is going to be recognized by the state of Montana to work with people in addictions through his recovery. Super excited for Nate, and it was just exciting to have a conversation with Nate, because there were so many times that we thought he was going to die through the years. And now he's turned his life around. He's not homeless. He's working. And we unfortunately talked about his friends that have died through this, but that he's alive.
Praise God.
Praise God. Then Ryan Hunter came and sat and visited. What a supporter of the Warming Center. And he's running for mayor. And so we talked a little bit about what his vision is for bringing people to the table for that homeless collaboration to come to solutions together. That was a really good conversation. Then we had a doctor, the ER doctor, Todd Johnson, who's always been a supporter of the Warming Center. Yeah, from the very beginning, through volunteering, through his work up at the ER, just a great advocate. Then Carrie with Cedar Creek, she does the addiction recovery clubhouse. That's where Sunburst used to be south of town. Now it's a drop-in center for addiction services. So we had a great talk about their services. And then Mylene came with PATH, and that's the homeless outreach, mental health homeless outreach. They come inside the Warming Center all the time and work with our guests. And they go out in the community and work with our guests. So Mylene came in. Then we had someone with the National Association of Social Workers come in and talk about social work in our community. Then Ray Young, our staff, our program manager, came in and talked about how this job's changed his life, and he talked about his path of recovery and how he loves working at the Warming Center. He feels like this is his calling to do.
Amen. It's a huge asset.
Yes. Then Jeff Hawkins, who has been a volunteer here for a long time, and he calls himself the Jesus Freak. Yep. And so we talked about Jesus and how he's adjusted his expectations. He really felt like he could come in and save everybody, and that turned around for him, realizing that just loving people and letting God do the rest. It's been quite a journey for him too, but he's known as a cheeseburger volunteer because he brings McDonald's cheeseburgers every time that he's here. Then we had a phone conversation with Nick Amisager, our local public defender, and he talked a lot about the holes in services that we have for mental illness. He's in Missoula.
Nick's solid.
Yes.
Yeah.
On our board of directors. It's great. Then Sean Patrick O'Neill, he talked about what it takes to survive homelessness, about how many calories you have to eat before to stay warm, and he talked about the deaths that we've had in our community and our homeless memorial service that we do. Then we had, I don't know if you remember, Andrea Berry, who was a guest of the Warming Center, small gal. She had slept at a church that we've stayed at down Liberty Street that's been part of the Warming Center. She was allowed to stay there under a little kind of where their trash bins are and stuff for protection for quite a while. She is housed. She has 2 jobs in Whitefish, just doing absolutely incredible. And she was so proud that she has paid ahead on her bills. So she pays rent plus $100, so that she's ahead, and she's just really killing it and proud that she's a contributing member of our community. Then we hit it too, and all throughout we've been watching all the Warming Center videos that we've done through the years. Those are fun to catch and to watch. 1 a.m., Brant and I had probably for an hour and a half just conversation. We just sat here and it just kind of recorded. It was so quiet, and we talked about everything.
Yeah. It's been a tough few years.
Yeah. Talking about that and the things that we did together and conversations that we'd had, brainstorming. Then, 4:30 this morning, Drew Buckner came at 4:30, and so we had a great conversation. As I was just I didn't go to sleep, but boy, I was tired, but it was good to speak.
You're doing better.
Good to speak with Drew. Then Lee Jester, he is the photographer that had done all of these pictures. And he's the one on the right, his homeless picture. And so he was homeless at one time. So what he came and this is his way of capturing humanity. He got everyone's permission. He paid folks to take their picture, and he gave them a copy of their picture. And we talked about how surprised I was of how many people got their picture taken. Then Cassidy Kipp came, and she talked about how when she was a little girl growing up here, the homeless people, how they touched her, and she's in homeless services now. She would find them in Woodland Park way back when she was a little girl. That's not something new, is what she was kind of pointing out.
Yeah.
Then Matt Jensen, the superintendent of School District 5, came with his little girl, and we had a conversation about youth homelessness. And then Jody Wagner, what's everyone doing out here staring at us? Jody Wagner came. You know what an advocate she is for the Warming Center. And then Keisa Davison came. She's running for mayor as well. We had a conversation about what her vision would be. And then Sean Peace came. He is the new, I guess, lieutenant, you would call it, with Salvation Army. So we talked about collaborations. And then you've met Nina and Victoria.
Yep.
And then they are with NAMI now. They're doing some work with NAMI. And then Sparrow's Nest, the director of Sparrow's Nest, Rochelle, came. And at that point, we were on the phone with Voices of Montana, Tom Schultz. So that was interesting how we made all that work. And then Pastor Steve Snipstead came and talked about his involvement with the Warming Center. That was great. Almost there, I promise. Ben Curtis Davis, he's the new PACT team leader, where I used to work. And we talked about collaboration. And then the director of the Abbey Shelter was here. And then Jerome was here with his success story. What a great success story. And he is staff at the Warming Center. And then we ended with you. One of my favorite stories. Boy, I heard a lot of stories.
It's been a long 24 hours.
Oh, it has. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. It makes me more emotional. But it's been great. We have a good community.
Yeah, this is special. This is cool.
Yeah, good stories. Why don't you pray for us and we'll close.
I would love to. Yeah. Lord Jesus, I just thank you for the Warming Center, God. I thank you for loving us, God. While we're all undeserving, God, you just love us so well. Thank you for your grace, God. We thank you for your mercy and just the opportunity to show that same love, grace, mercy, understanding to our fellow man, and to be your hands and feet, to be close to the things that are near and dear to your heart, God. Thank you for using us, for this opportunity, for your hand, God. We're so thankful. And yeah, we just pray that you would continue to bless the Flathead Warming Center. We pray that we'd continue to grow from a place of humility and a place of always wanting to be in your best, God, for people. We love you. We thank you for this time. Thank you for Tonya. Pray you should get a good night's rest tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Yeah.
It's a wrap. Yay!
Thanks, you guys. Bro, I like the hat. Dude, looking sharp.
All right.
You just got a whole lot more handsome.